make about career advancement among ourselves. It is about creating time and space for discussions on endangering challenges and opportunities in our academic career. Yes, there is no doubt that the academic career is highly tasking and demanding, with teaching, meaningful and impactful research, and service. Therefore, as female academics, we need to get abreast of the ever-changing, ever-advancing academic atmosphere in order to make our own positive impact on our lives, our society, the nation, and the world. In hindsight, I realized that at a point in my academic career, I had so many questions, but there were no answers. Or better still, I didn't know where to go or the right person to approach. Hence, this platform is created that we can speak out when we find ourselves at any crossroad. And we can also share groundbreaking information and knowledge when we discover them. Hence, we must support one another by sharing knowledge, encouraging ourselves through mentoring, and all of us engaging in collaborations to have a fulfilling and impactful academic career. So RUNAFA's motto is networking and mentoring. Her mission is to encourage and empower young female academics for career advancement and fulfillment. Her vision is to be a vibrant, proactive, diverse group of female academics that is impactful and committed to teaching and research excellence. So our objectives is to support the holistic development of female academics through workshops, seminars, conferences, and so on as may be appropriate. Number two, to promote networking, interdisciplinary collaborations, and mentoring among female academics. Number three, to organize discussions on ameliorating challenges facing female academics. And last but not least, to inform female academics about current and upcoming conferences, workshops, grants, fellowships as appropriate. So for this maiden outing, themed female academic citizenship, privileges and rights, we have invited seasoned nationally and internationally acclaimed academics who graciously accepted to share knowledge on how to write and publish academic articles in reputable journals and postdoctoral fellowship application and experience. And our keynote speaker, who is a woman of many firsts, will be delivering her lecture on female academic citizenship, privileges, and rights. We will get to know her more in the course of this workshop. We are indeed deeply grateful to them. We also appreciate the chairman, who is unavoidably absent, but ably represented by his deputy for honoring our invitation in the person of Dr. Mrs. Pauline Adeniro. At this juncture, I want to specially appreciate our sponsors who have made this workshop a reality. We want to say a big thank you to Double Portion Catering Services, Directorate of Educational Services and Training, DEST, Redeemers University Cafeteria, Manor Palace, Run FM Studio, and a few individuals too, Professor Emmanuel Unoabona and Professor Christian Happy, for their financial supports. We are also very grateful to the university management for their huge support needed to make this event successful. Finally, we warmly welcome every distinguished participant here today. We do hope that we will learn one or two things today that will improve our academic career. We strongly believe that together we are stronger. Please relax and pay attention to all the sessions. Thank you for listening.
The keynote address is going to be read by Professor Olufunke Asake Adeboye, FNAL, former Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Lagos. Ma, kindly stand up for your citation.
Thank you, distinguished ladies. I request that distinguished Professor Olufunke Adeboye step up this podium respectfully. Thank you, Prof. Ma'am. Olufunke Adeboye was educated at the University of Ibadan, receiving Bachelor of Arts History in 1988, Master of Arts History in 1991, Doctor of Philosophy History in 1997. Her research interests include gender in Africa, pre-colonial and colonial Nigerian history, 19th and 20th century Yoruba society, African historiography, and Pentecostalism in West Africa. She has made scholarly presentations at various international academic conferences in Africa, Europe, North America, South America, and Australia. She started her teaching research career at the Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University, in 1991, and joined the University of Lagos in 1999. Distinguished Professor Olufunke Adeboye was a visiting research associate at the Harriet Tubman Institute, York University, Toronto, Canada, in 2006, and has held visiting research fellowships at the Center of West African Studies, University of Birmingham, United Kingdom, in 2004. The University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and Amherst College, United States of America, in 2006, and at the Center of African Studies, University of Cambridge, United Kingdom, 2009, 2009-2000. She is widely published both locally and internationally. She belongs to several professional associations and is on the editorial board of various academic journals. She is a past editor of the Lagos Historical Review, a journal of history domiciled in the Department of History and Strategic Studies, University of Lagos, which she edited from 2008 to 2016. Professor Adeboye was appointed a full professor in the University of Lagos in 2011. She later served as head of Department of History and Strategic Studies from 2013 to 2016. She was also Dean of the Faculty of Arts, University of Lagos, 2019 to 2023. She is the Vice President of the International Commission for the History and Theory of Historiography, ICHTH, since 2022. Our current research is on the nexus between religion and sustainable development, and on the challenges of African historiography Since 2017, she has been an international partner on the research program of religious communities and sustainable development at the Faculty of Theology, Humboldt University, Berlin, Germany. In the Department of History and Strategic Studies, University of Lagos, she has successfully supervised 7 PhDs with 2 still ongoing. She has taught full-time in the university system for 32 years. And has produced and mentored many young scholars. Olufunke Adeboye's key publications include Nigerian Women in Politics, Essays in Honor of Nina Emma Mba, co-edited with Bolanle Awe, Lagos 2022. From Female Leadership on Stage and Screen in Yoruba Land, Efunshetan Aniwura Revisited. Gender and History, Volume 30, Number 3, October 2018, pages 666 to 681. A Church in a Cinema Hall, Pentecostal Appropriation of Public Space in Nigeria, Journal of Religion in Africa, New Orleans, United States of America, Volume 42, Number 2, 2012, pages 1 to 27. Like Sin, Politically Motivated Suicide, Social Honor and Chieftaincy Politics in LA Colonial Ibadan, Canadian Journal of African Study, Montreal, Canada, Volume 41, Number 1, 2007, pages 189 to 2022. Reading the Diary of Akinpelu Obisheson in Colonial Africa, African Studies Review, MS, USA, Volume 41, Number 2, 2008, pages 75 to 97. In 2013, Olufunke Adeboye won the Getty Oselin Prize awarded by AEGIS, Africa-Europe Group for Interdisciplinary Studies, for the best journal article published in a European African Studies journal by an African scholar. Professor Adeboye was a member of the expert team set up by the federal government of Nigeria in 2013 to prepare the country report on 100 years of the Nigerian woman to mark the century anniversary of the country. She was also a member of the Presidential Advisory Committee on National Dialogue, set up in 2013 to provide the template for the 2014 National Conference. In addition to all these, she is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, NAL. Olufunke Adeboye is a woman of many firsts. In 2013, she became the first female professor of history in the University of Lagos. In 2013, she was the first female head of Department of History and Strategic Studies, University of Lagos. In 2019, she emerged as the first female dean of the Faculty of Arts, University of Lagos. Serving for 2 consecutive terms. In 2022, she became the first African member of the International Commission for the History and Theory of Historiography, ICHTH, and was later elected vice president of the global body. This was after she had successfully delivered a keynote lecture, the first by a female African scholar, at the opening ceremony of the 21st International Congress of Historical Sciences at Poland in August 2022. Professor Olufunke Adeboye is happily married to Pastor Adeniran Adeboye, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Distinguished ladies, I present to you the keynote lecturers or speakers of today's event. A round of applause for our manifests.
Thank you very much. You may please have your seat. And thank you for that wonderful citation you just read. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So let me recognize the distinguished people that are here. The acting vice chancellor in absentia, I know he's not seated here, but I recognize and honor him. The chairman of this event, that is the university librarian, the UL, ably represented. We thank him for that wonderful speech that has just been delivered on his behalf. The convener of this wonderful workshop, Professor Adebola Adebileje. Thank you so much. I recognize you. My co-speakers that are here, professors, associate professors, senior lecturers, everyone that is here, I welcome you all. And all the gentlemen that are here to support and celebrate us, I also welcome you. Thank you so much. I'm happy that we have this forum coming to life after so many years. It's an answered prayer, and we are so happy that we can have all the women together within the same association, working together, networking, and supporting one another. It's a wonderful thing. Please clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Thank you to the convener. So the theme for this maiden workshop is female academic citizenship, privileges and rights. Female academic citizenship, privileges and rights. But I've also put a rider there. Opportunities and responsibilities. Because when I looked at this, I was a bit unsure. Because going from my own journey, I didn't sit down looking for privileges and claiming rights. We were looking for opportunities. And with opportunities came responsibilities. So I will discuss all this as we go on. So this is the outline. These are the key issues I want to touch. The introduction, we look at the academic world, we look at female academics, the Nigerian situation, privileges and rights, opportunities, and responsibilities. Now, the networking and capacity building of this association, why we are so happy about it is that it will go a long way to equip members for greater success and visibility. The world that we are in now is where you have the survivor of the fittest. And the competition is so keen. And despite all the works that have been done by our mothers, all the matriarchs of academics, you still discover that in academics, it is still a patriarchal system. It is still a male-dominated space. And so we need to come together. We need to collaborate. We need to support ourselves. But you see, there is something also that I want us to guide against as we come together. That is what we call the queen bee phenomenon. The queen bee phenomenon. Towards the end of my lecture, I will discuss it, and then we will look at what is problematic about the queen bee phenomenon that we need to work against. Now, the academic nation. You see, the title of the workshop talks about academic citizenship. I mean, immediately in my mind, I'm saying, oh, so the academic sphere is now seen as a nation, that is, as a metaphor. And then in the bigger picture, because if you want to pursue this metaphor to its conclusion, within the bigger picture, female academics will not be the only citizens there. Male academics are there. Students, they are also citizens in this nation we are talking about. There are non-academic actors. There are other stakeholders, parents, sponsors. We have the benefactors of the academic world, those who endow scholarships, buildings, professorial chairs, and all of it. The list is endless. So within the academic nation, there are a lot of actors. There are a lot of happenings there. So when we talk of female academics, we are always talking about them in relation to other citizens. They are not the only citizens of this academic nation. But again, like I said not too long ago, that we should not focus too much on rights and privileges. Yes, we will talk about rights and privileges. And as we are talking about them, we also want to keep our eyes on opportunities to be pursued. You see, a lot of opportunities come to you that they are not your right. You are not entitled to them. These are just open doors you see along the way, and you quickly rush inside. And the thing is for us as women to heighten our sensibilities so that anytime we see such open doors, as we are jumping inside, we are beckoning on other females. Come along, see what I have seen. You too apply, you too apply. And then we go there. A lot of these things are not our rights. In other words, they are not waiting there for us. Yes, there are some that we will say, privilege, we will still discuss them as we go on. There are some privileges that we get along the way. There are some rights that we have along the way. But what I'm saying is that there are also opportunities. We should not lose sight of these opportunities. Now, citizens in any political structures, they have rights, but they also have responsibilities and duties. In fact, I looked at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. After they had listed all the rights from Article 1 to Article 28, in Article 29.1, the very first thing they said is that everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible. In other words, for any of the aforementioned rights to take place or to be actualized, there are duties. There are responsibilities that the citizens owe the community. When we translate that to this our academic nation, it means that as female academics, yes, we may claim our rights. We should also know that we have duties and responsibilities to the academic nation that we are talking about. Now, let's look at female academics. My own operational definition is that any female that is pursuing or is already entrenched in an academic career is a female academic. And this ranges from female graduate students to female professors. As long as your eye is on an academic career, you may be a master's student pursuing a master's degree in any discipline. You are a female, you already qualify as a female academic because you have started the journey. You are not there yet, but you have started. Now, the gap between male and female academics in Nigeria is still wide. There was a time when it was so bad that you could hardly find women on the corridors of departmental buildings. When I was an undergraduate, there were some departments that had no female lecturers at all. In my own department in history, we have two females there. And both of them retired before they became professors. And it is like that. But now it's getting better, but the gap is still there. And this is part of what SDG 5 seeks to rectify. Gender inequality. In the academy, it's very, very obvious there. And you see, the implication of having the center stage in the academic nation occupied by men is that it is their publications that you have in the forefront. Yes, a few females could break through once in a while, like the Liberian alluded to when the speech was read. Even me, I know the woman they are talking about, and I will not mention the name, but I know the person. Once in a while, you have some women breaking through like that, but for most of the time, it is still the men. And because they are the ones that are more visible there, it is their publications they are always seeing. It is their citations they are always looking at. And invariably, the resources are also expended on them because they are the one getting the grants. They are the one getting all the available resources. That is why the women have to rise up. Now, this also translates to management positions, leadership positions. So at the top of the academic career, you have more male professors than female. I mean, even for the first generation universities in Nigeria, we still have more male professors than female. In the university management, it's like that. In my faculty of arts, in Unilag, where I just finished my time as dean, the entire faculty, we have about 181 lecturers there. And among these 181, you have 32 professors. Of these 32 professors, only 5 are women. In fact, one just retired now, remaining only 4 of us. And the promotion of one was just announced recently. So we now have our 5 back out of 32. There are some faculties that you tend to have more women, like Faculty of Education, you have more women, you have more female professors. But by the time you aggregate everything together, you still have more males there. Now, this Nigerian situation, what I did, I thought that from the NUC website, their statistics they generate, I could get 2022. But the latest NUC has on their website is 2021. And even from this 2021 now, this is an aggregation of all, I don't know if it is very clear from the screen. This is the aggregation of all academics in Nigeria, both public universities and private universities, everybody put together, 73,443 academics. Then when you now divide them into male and female, the male, 56,063, that is 76.4. The female, 17,380, that is 23.6. That is the Nigerian situation. From that NUC website, I also harvested what I could get on Redeemers University there. And as of 2019, how many years ago? 4 years ago. Of the 153 academics here, only 44 are female. The remaining 109, we translate to 71.2% are males. I know that now in 2023 it has improved. So the female here, we are a lot more than that. But I doubt if we have reached parity or 50-50. Are we in 50-50 yet? Not yet. Not yet. I put the University of Lagos there. From the NUC 2019, female academics just 606, 35%. And then the males, 65%. Now, what is the implication of this for female academics? The first thing is that women's voice are not so loud at the top. Where you have men dominating the decision-making space, the voices of women are not heard there. In Unilag now, women are celebrating because our Vice Chancellor is a woman. Out of the 3 deputy VCs, 2 of them are women. Our our university librarian is a woman. And so, in our management team, the women are more than the men. And women now, we can, a lot of the things that we will demand for, that they will say, there is no money, wait. Now we can quickly jump up and go there again and say, yeah, excuse me, this is what we need. This is what we need. That is what happens when you have women at the top. The voices of women are heard. And then advantages, the implication is that advantages are politicized. That is, where women are not visible, advantages that should accrue to them, they are politicized, and decisions often follow a subtle androcentric logic, which is typical of a patriarchal setting. What I mean by that is that on the paper, your rights are not denied as women. If you write official letter, request for anything official, they will say, okay, we have heard. We will look at it. In fact, they will smile at you, they will encourage you. But you see, where they will take the decisions, it is within an unofficial space where women are not there. It could be anywhere where they meet outside office hours. And all official decisions will be taken there. And then casually, while they are chatting, and they will allocate everything. And then you will come back to Senate, you will be And they would have strategized and positioned people there when debates and you have to vote in Senate, and some of you are saying this is what you want. They will smile. They will nominate their candidate, and before you see it, all the hands are up. And you're wondering, and we women, we are not plenty here. See how many women. See all of them, they are raised up there. They have used their numerical advantage. So that is why we have to be careful about these things. Another implication for female academics is that the work environment or schedules may not be very conducive for women, especially young mothers. By the time when a young academic is still single, you can run up and down. Immediately you get married, you are pregnant, you are nursing an infant, you cannot be everywhere at the same time. And then you are doing baby friendly. How will that impact your schedule at work? So these are issues. And women may have to work harder than men to be recognized because the men are already there. They already occupy all the spaces. And so for the woman to climb up and be recognized, she has to work harder. And for some women, when you have this cumulative stress, there's what you call horizontal mobility. They just look for somewhere else that is less stressful. And then they just resign from one place and move to another place. Some of them will leave academics completely and say, maybe later I may come back for the sanity of myself and then my little children. I cannot cope. And then they go and start another career elsewhere. These are some of the things that female academics battle with. Now, what are the privileges that are there for us to take advantage of? These are things that we do not merit. By virtue of privileges, you don't merit them, but they are offered to you. Affirmative action policies. This is a form of compensation for society barriers that hinder women from having equal representation. Sometimes it manifests as quotas for women. But we have seen that in our Nigerian system. This is not apparent in recruitment policies. When they are recruiting into the university, we want to get lecturer 2, assistant lecturers, lecturer 1. We need maybe 4 senior lecturers. When they put the advert out, they will say, of all of this, we are reserving 40% for women. I haven't seen that in any advert. Some may say, women and other minorities are encouraged to apply. So when you see that you are encouraged to apply, that means that they are thinking of bringing in a few women. And if quotas work for recruitment, it does not work for leadership. Leadership is by merit. It's by merit. By the time you become a dean, in fact, in some of our institutions, it is a political affair. You will campaign. There will be a with other contestants. We have our own INEC in the university. Senate and ceremonies, they will bring ballot boxes. People will vote. They will count the votes there to know who won, and then they declare you immediately. That was how it happened when I became dean. And so it is purely by merit at the top. So quota still does not work at the top, except if it is a political appointment from the federal capital, and then they are saying, okay, the cabinet cannot be an all-male cabinet. Let's leave 2 or 3 for women. And then the Minister for Women Affairs is a woman. And then they look for maybe 2 others and say, okay, these ones are for women. But within the academic nation that we are talking about, at the top, this quota, the quota we are talking about, does not work at the top. But it certainly helps at the entrance level for young people, so that people who ordinarily would not have had that opportunity, they are brought in. Some research funding agencies also encourage gender sensitivity. At least I have received feedbacks from funding agencies when you apply for research grants, and some of the things they are reviewing your application is the composition of your research team. Is it an all-male team? Is it an all-women team? They want to know. They are concerned about gender balance, some of them. Ranking of university, it is not among the key parameters. But I know there are some universities too that are trying that, let us try and bring in a few more women. So that by the time we display all of these on our website, they will know that we are gender sensitive. What rights are we talking about? Women have exactly the same rights as men. Right of access to all benefits and advantages. We have the same wages, although I have seen studies of the academic structure in some other nations, in Latin America, where you have different wages for men and women who do the same job, who have the same qualification. Thankfully, that does not exist here. But we have a right of complaint. If you feel you are passed over or disenfranchised in any way, we have a right of complaint. And like I said, beyond these privileges, beyond these rights, I will rather focus on opportunities and responsibilities. So let's look at opportunities. We have opportunities for networking through formal associations like these, our RUNAFA, through conferencing, through online academic sites. And you see the online academic site, usually I don't have time to sit online and be looking at whatever. But you see, it interests me to know that once you have put your profile and your publications on Google Scholar, ResearchGate, academia.edu, and all of these networking sites, people actually contact you. Oh, I have read your paper. Can you give me more information? Yes, we are doing this. We want to apply for this grant. We have read your profile. Would you like to join our team? And things like that. So these are the type of opportunities that are available for us. Publishing in reputable journals, we can never stop preaching that gospel. It is quality. It is quality. And I'm happy that Redeemer's University does not compromise on quality at all. We hear very good things about the type of publications coming out of scholars here. So I'm very happy about that. But we need to still push ourselves more. We have postdoctoral opportunities. And you see, what a lot of people don't know is that many of these postdoctoral opportunities, they are for early career. Early career. Their definition of early career is the later stage of your doctoral program, and then between 5 to 7 years after you have finished your PhD. In fact, by the time you are getting to 7 years, you are no longer early career. You don't qualify. If you apply, they will not look at you. So all these early career opportunities, if you are in the later stage of your PhD program, yes, look for them. You have just defended your PhD. You have a lot of opportunities. Grant writing and collaborative research. Build up your grant portfolio. In university now, they are gradually including it from university to university as part of the requirement for promotion to the professorial level. You will bring your grant portfolio and show us how many grants have you attracted in the past few years of your career. So that is why we also have to look for all of these opportunities. Now, Responsibilities. What responsibilities do you have? I have divided them. Responsibilities to yourself. What nobody will do for you that you have to do for yourself. And then responsibilities to others in the system. The first responsibility to yourself is to identify worthy mentors. Everybody needs a mentor. Somebody who is where you are aspiring to go. Somebody who has gone through where you are trying to go. And you can see that person as a model. Identify the person, submit to them. Mentorship is very important. And I'm happy when our convener said that the motto of RUNAFA is networking and mentorship. So we have to submit ourselves to mentorship. It's very important. And you see, I'm sure when you get to the mentorship sessions, the nitty-gritties will still be discussed with us. But what I want us to take note of is that mentorship is not a one-way affair. It is like a traffic on an express that goes both ways. You are submitting to learn and to be apprenticed and to be shown the way and to be introduced to some of the networks of your mentor. Your mentor too has a few things to benefit from you. But you see, we should not take mentors for granted. The first thing is that honor your mentors. 2, don't make unreasonable demands from them. I have seen younger people who have approached me, I want you to mentor me. I say, it is okay. Let's start. I want to apply for, and then their definition of mentorship is that I want to apply for overseas scholarship to travel for my PhD. And so you will be writing references for me. That is all the mentorship they want. And for a particular individual, within a couple of 2 weeks, I have written like 10 references. And then that individual still come back. About a month later, I have not heard anything from all those places. They said I should try Canada too. And so I have put your name in Canada. So the universities in Canada, I said, please, treat me, Jaja, Shemi Jaja, please. If all the mentees I have are like that on me, and I have a lot of other responsibilities, only you, I have written more than 10 references for you in 2 weeks, and you are coming again, we still write for Canada. And there are others. So let us be sensitive and reasonable in our demands. Because people believe that my mentor, I will squeeze her dry. I must get. You see, there is also a place for take. We are not saying you should pay us. No, you can never pay for mentorship. Give honor. Give respect. I received another email yesterday. This boy, the last time he contacted me was 2 years ago because I was writing references for him to go and start an MA somewhere in North America. 2 years ago, that was the last time I heard from him. I saw another email late last night. Hey, Mommy, how are you? I have finished my master's. I want to apply for PhD. And I have put your name as my referee because you are my mentor. And so they will start to, I said, what type of thing is this? You did not send me, how are you? Hello, Mommy. In 2 years. The next time you are remembering me, it's now that you are applying again. No, that is not how mentorship works. So I want us to be very, very conversant of this. Be familiar with the regulations and policies and requirements of your organization. That is your responsibility for yourself. What are the criteria for promotion? The next promotion you are looking for. You want to become senior lecturer, you are lecturer 1. Or you are lecturer 2, you want to be lecturer 1. Or you are senior lecturer, you want to be associate. What are the requirements? Know them. Plan, give yourself a schedule. How many papers do I have now? How many grants do I have now? How many of these requirements do I have now? And you see, don't stop at the minimum of that requirement. You see, push yourself harder and increase the standard for yourself so that you can get there on time. And by the time you are presenting your papers, you put out your portfolio, you won't need to be begging. You see, that is another thing that worries me about women. You see, we women, we have a persecution complex. So your papers are not complete. You want promotion. And even at the departmental level, the A&P department has looked at it and said, no, this thing is not enough. It is then you discover that it is because of that quarrel that I had with my HOD. And I knelt down, I begged him. I didn't know the thing is still inside him. That is why he's sitting on my promotion. Now, no, nobody is sitting on your promotion. Once you know, you see, there is a confidence you have in you once you have met all the requirements and even added JARA on top for them. They are asking you for 35 papers. You presented 40. I mean, no matter how they screen it, you will still have what you need to move ahead. So know what you require. What are the policies from your institution and work towards it? Some will say, I did not know. I did not know that they have included grants now. It used to be only our publication. Who duty is it to read the policies? It is you. So please set very high standards for yourself and enlarge your capacity. You see, high standard, I can't emphasize it. I remember I met somebody in a conference in the US some years ago. He said, so you are the Olufunke Adeboye, have been reading your works. I said, it's me. He said, come. Why do you waste so much time on your that there are amount of effort, there are amount of labor you put into one article out of it. And I'm home and dry. I said, thank you, sir. Because my goal is not to rush for quantity that people will criticize later. It is quality. Quality such that some of those things they read in the citation that they read, to the glory of God, some of them were things I published close to 20 years ago. People are still reading them. People will still send me messages. I read this. It's very relevant to what I'm doing. So let us work for quality. Set high standards for yourself. Make your own personal standard higher than the institutional standard and work towards it. And with the help of God, you will get there in Jesus' name. Responsibilities to others. Community service. Your responsibility to others. Somebody said you will be celebrated and recognized for what you did with what you know, not just what you know. A lot of us have a lot of knowledge inside our head. But what have you done with that knowledge? How have you instrumentalized that knowledge to help your community? What impact are you making with the knowledge and the BSc, the MSc, the PhD, and all the other laurels we've had? How are all these things making life better for other people? Your responsibilities to others is that you also give back to the system. You mentor others. Do not be a queen bee. We will come to the queen bee after this slide. Somebody can say, I am just a lecturer too. I cannot be mentoring others. You can mentor others. You see, my definition of a mentor is somebody that if you stand on the ladder and you look down and you see some other people climbing behind you, all the rungs of the ladder that you have passed, some people are still battling with them. You also qualify to mentor them. Show them setbacks and traps to watch out for, landmines to dodge, things they need to do. Anybody that is below you, even if you're a PhD candidate, you are still assistant lecturer. But there is somebody who is on a master's program, another lady, and is still struggling with some of the things that you can mentor that person. So we can mentors. Let's not look at it. I didn't invent this. There's a lot of thought and some other disciplines in the behavioral sciences. It's a metaphor for how women, and it is for women, how women behave in leadership when they get up, when they rise in their professions. And this Gomez Neto and his co-authors in his 2022 publication, he was the one that now used that metaphor to explain female academics in some universities in Brazil. Now, to understand this queen bee syndrome, let's look at the manifestation of the insects, the queen bee insect. What does it do? I know a few of us are entomologists, so you know more about insects than I do. The queen bee is the one that is at the center of the colony of bees. She lays a lot of eggs to multiply and reproduce. When I checked it up, they said a queen bee can lay up to 3,000 eggs daily. And so she is the center of attraction. She enjoys a lot of attention. All the other soldier bees, all the other bees, worker bees, they feed her, they clean her, they take care of her, and she controls all of them. All the other bees run around for her, and she enjoys their attention. But you see one thing about her, they say she can sting. Other bees can sting once, and then they lose their venom. But this queen bee, she can sting multiple times and continue to sting. And she reserves her sting for rival queens. When she sees that other bees are being nurtured, because the queen bee is the biggest one, she sees that others are getting robust, and she begins to suspect, this one is a rival. She wants to take over from me. She will start to sting them and kill them or incapacitate them. That is what the insect does. Now, what does the woman queen bee, the human bee, what does she do? From those who have studied them, the human queen bee emerges in a male-dominated context. So our environment is already male-dominated. Because of this, she begins to exhibit masculine traits. As a leader, she's harsh. She's not empathetic. She's insensitive. And in her heart, she expects other women to suffer the same way she did. In fact, I have heard there's this Yoruba statement that I've had people use. Even as I was growing in the career, they will say, "Awa fori jagbo." That is, we made a way for ourselves with our head through the forest. And so, the implication of that is that those coming behind must also suffer. Why must others suffer? I thought the idea of using your head to clear the way is to clear the path for others coming, so that they will have a smooth passage. But the queen bee does not see it like that. The same thing she went through, others coming behind must suffer it. She's not approachable. She used to be our friend though before she became Oga Madam. But immediately she became senior lecturer, associate professor. She now becomes a professor. She's no longer approachable. She creates a gap between her and junior colleagues. She demonstrates little social support for others. And you see, what is also touching about this queen bee is that she does not fight gender inequality. You see, the younger ones, the junior ones, some of the things they are suffering in the workplace, Because they don't have a voice, they expect that their female leaders should speak out for them and fight inequality that exists in the workplace. But she does not do that. She brandishes meritocracy, meaning that, if you want to rise in this system, you have to work hard and merit it. So all those stories you're always telling us about your children, about your husband, about your health, I don't want to hear. If you cannot continue with the job, you are free to resign. There are other people around who are willing to work. There are some people like that. The queen bee associated with fellow queen bees. And even the men, sometimes they will tell me, they will say, madam, women are the problem of women. Because sometimes when we go to beg them, but help this person in your department, you say, the men are not the problem. It is the women that came to report the other woman, and they are the ones stinging the other woman. So that is the queen bee syndrome. That is the queen bee syndrome. Is the queen. She has arrived. She's at the top. She's the leader. But she is not helping the junior, the younger ones. She's not bringing them up. That is something I want us all to think about. You see, when you are the junior now, you can be shaking your head and say, tell them very well. When you two get there, the tendency is there inside everybody that, we too, we suffered now. What have you seen now that you are complaining? I beg, go and work hard, go and continue. We should find ways to cushion the effect. It doesn't mean that the way our generation suffered, the next generation will suffer like that. Things should get easier so that productivity can increase. So please help me tell your neighbor, do not be a queen bee. Turn to the person on the other side. Do not be a queen bee. So, institutional responsibilities. Our association now, RUNAFA. These are a few of my suggestions for this new association. We may form multidisciplinary thematic research groups for closer interaction among members. We can use this for collaborative research. We can use it as our base for grant writing, and then we get external members too to join us. It's also good for membership, for mentorship. But my appeal is that when we start to form all these groups, let it be multi-generational. Don't put the big professors and the associate professors in the same group. Let the assistant lecturer be there. Let the graduate assistant be there. Let them work together with the professors. That is how we also mentor them. We should also celebrate and recognize our very productive members, the high flyers we have among us. Let's celebrate them. Let's encourage them within the group. Let there be a reward system for us to celebrate them so that the younger ones will find something to look up to. Then thirdly, the association should also pursue national and international affiliations. We should explore collaborations. Thankfully, there are so many of these international organizations. The German Academic Exchange Service, they have this Women Advancement Forum since 2014, training female academics in Africa. There is also this Women for Africa Foundation. It's a Spanish NGO. They also started in 2012. They train female academics in Africa. So if you look out, you will find so many of these foundations, these organizations, these NGOs, international NGOs that their main concern is to help to build the capacity of female academics in Africa. We can collaborate with them. And in all of our activities, please let us prioritize capacity building activities, so that when people join us, they can look back to say, since I joined RUNAFA, this is what I have gained, this is what has happened to me, my career has improved, these are the things that I have done. Once people have personal testimonies like that, it will strengthen the association. But if people come and after a year say, nothing has happened to me, so what am I even doing there? That will not be our portion in Jesus' name. So conclusion, the reality of our time is that it is more productive to look for all available opportunities and be located within viable networks that can enhance our capacity. The rights we have is the same rights with the men. But the way the men work, they are very wise, very subtle. In this day now, no man will stand up and say, you cannot have this promotion because you are a woman. No, because they know there will be a lot of noise. They won't do that. But access to certain spaces can still be denied women. So we should come together. It is when we two come together and we have a strong voice, in those spaces too, our voices will be heard there. And that is when we can gain as a body. As you have been mentored, you are also expected to mentor others. Be a mentor and not a tormentor. Do not torment people under you. I have had people say, my supervisor, my PhD supervisor tormented me. And so they are still nursing that hurt. And all the young people that pass through them, that they are supposed to nurture, because they have not yet healed. You see, some of these things are psychological. It's like abuse. And because they have not been treated, their systems have not been detoxified, they are still carrying that. And unconsciously, they will torment people that come to them. But I know that people that are here, we are all spirit-filled Christians working in a faith-based environment. There are no tormentors here in Jesus' name. Thank you. So my parting word is that if you are truly diligent, you will stand before kings and queens and not before mean men. So thank you. Don't be a queen bee.
We cannot come to terms. My sense of it is that we cannot come to terms with publishing in reputable journals or credible journals without first coming to that understanding of what I call the location of publication, meaning the geography of publication itself. Where is it located? I mean, in the midst of other research activities. So to answer this question, what I have done is to say that publication is the final part of a three-stage process, meaning we cannot just jump into talking about publication without knowing its location. Because publication is part of what I call a three-stage process. The first stage is what I call conceptualization. You have to conceive of what you want to do, and then you then conduct the research. It is only after you have conducted the research you begin to talk about publication. So I said, therefore, publication is the outcome of what was conceived of and researched. Now, another question then becomes, how do we break down these components, the three stages that make up that evolution? The first thing is, the first critical question here is, what is conceptualization? And this is extremely important. We cannot just be talking about, oh, we need to publish in reputable journals, in credible journals. I have to publish in credible journals. The first question is, it will take with a credible orientation of research to publish ultimately in a credible, reputable journal. So the first thing in that stage is what I call conceptualization. And what does it deal with? We are talking about the idea, the understanding, and what I call the imagination of research. Therefore, a researcher must have an idea. I mean, you must have an idea of what you want to work with, what you are working on. It must begin, research begins with an idea, whether in the lab, whether in the office, whether in the field. Before you even go to the field, there must be an idea. Because some people think that, oh, it's all about, oh, we are in this business and we have been told that we have to publish. So we just wake up one day and do anything. No. You ask yourself, do you have an idea? If you have an idea, do you have an understanding of that idea? And third, do you have an imagination of it? Because imagination is about ambition, and that sort of thinking has had a way of informing and guiding people's actions in life. What sort of imagination of research do you have? Is your imagination of just being a regular scholar, or being a top-notch scholar, or being an exceptional scholar that, I mean, whenever it's mentioned anywhere in the world, everybody says, we know him or we know her. These, for me, are extremely important as we begin to talk about how to ultimately publish, because I have structured my presentation in such a way that publishing in reputable journals is the last part of this presentation I am doing. I will, in the process of this engagement, be talking as a scholar myself, in my own little way, the little I know from my little experience as a scholar. I will also be talking in my own little way from the little I know as an editor of African Studies and other journals. I will also speak from the perspective of my engagement with reviewing other people's works. And finally, I will speak as a scholar that is always also being reviewed. And how do all these come together to facilitate a productive engagement today? So, after we have conceived of our research, or while still doing that, it is also important to take note of what I call the critical agency of language. And it really does not matter whether you are in the humanities or the social sciences or core sciences, engineering, or wherever. In every discipline, there is what we refer to the ingredients. There are, what I call 3 ingredients that are appropriate to how we write, how we do our research. And to do that, I have said that critical to the 3 ingredients we have examined above is the appropriate an accurate use of language and disciplinary critical metaphors and terminologies. If you are in a discipline, the first thing you should ask yourself is that in coming up with conceiving of your ideas, are you even familiar with the critical metaphors in your field, the critical terminologies, to the extent that by the time you write just a paragraph and anybody takes a critical look at it, the person can say, I think this author is a historian, or this author is a political scientist. I think this author is a biologist. Oh, he must have read geography or geology. This person may have read literature. So, in conceiving of your idea, you first ask yourself, have you mastered the critical metaphors, the critical terminologies in your area? And are you able to also express them? So I say this must begin with, for instance, the abstract you write. And we all know you either write your abstract before or after your research. I mean, depending on your discipline. Now, so how then do you conceive of research without language, which in most cases begins with your abstract? Now, I need to explain this a little further by drawing upon my experience as the editor of African Studies. Now, back to the editorial desk and sometimes the editorial boardroom, which I am sure other senior scholars here can relate to. When people make their submissions to African Studies, there is a managing editor who first goes through the abstracts. That in itself is called the sniffing stage. It's like you just sniff at it and then you can tell whether this will fly or not. So if she has received, say, 30 abstracts in a cohort, so to say, chances are that she is going to drop like 10 or 12. And then she considers the rest worth sharing with other editors. Now, when she shares with us, we are only reading the abstracts. And from reading the abstracts alone, we can then individually say, oh, this is good, that is not, let's drop this, let's drop that. And by the time we are done, you may discover that of the, say, 18 submissions, it may just be that only 5 or less will make it. We once had a session whereby we were presented with about 12 abstracts and only 1 was selected in the end. Now, basically, because we are talking here about how the idea is conceived in the first place. So how, after the conception, how is it written? The abstract is like a summary that invites you to read the entire piece. But if that invitation in that metaphorical sense is not strong enough, you just discover that the work does not even go into review. And that's what happens when you submit a work and you have read on the website of the journal that assessment takes between 6 and 8 weeks before you receive feedback, and then you discover that after a week or two, the editor is getting back to you, it is most likely that you are going to be told that your work has been rejected. That is what we call desk rejection. It doesn't even go out at all. Yet we need to move beyond that. Having noted that language is critical, again, we cannot be talking about publishing in high without having an understanding of the research itself. I began by asking the question, what is the location of publication itself in the business of knowledge production? Meaning it is not an end in itself. May I also warn that at some point I will go off for like a minute or two. Please bear with me, and then I will log in again. That is the way my Zoom on this end has been scheduled. Apologies. Now, having gone through what research conceptualization is, I also want us to look at the question, what is research? Because you are engaging in it, we need to have an understanding of it. Now, I have a few simple ways, a couple of ways of explaining to us what research is. I mean, from my own ordinary perspective. One, research is what you search again in quest of newness. I'll explain that. It is research. Sometimes to emphasize that, to underscore it, some people put a dash after the re to show that it is research. It can also be a verb, research. And if it is research, if you need to research, that means you are searching again. Meaning some people have done the searching ahead of you. What you are doing now is to search again. And why are you searching again? You are searching again in order to arrive at something new. Let's do a little of basic geology here, which is about extraction. A portion of land has been explored, and geologists have returned to tell us that at excavation, water is what is found. The question then is it possible for another set of geologists to go back there and search again? And when they search again, they report back to say, oh, we have also found oil. Now, let's note that the search has been done once, water was found. When it was done again, liquid, another form of liquid was found. In both cases, we have two elements of liquid, but they are different. Why? Because those who did the initial search stopped at, the discovery of water. But the second group, being persuaded on account of the way they conceived of the same idea, went beyond looking for water to find another element of, liquid flow, which is, in this case, crude oil. That is the whole idea. And when the second group returns to say, oh, we found oil, then you will discover that everybody will be amazed because there is newness in it. What does that tell us? When you're doing your research, are you conscious of newness, or you are just desperate to get something published so you can be promoted when it's your turn. It doesn't work that way. And again, I'll go back to the editorial room to draw an illustration upon our common experience. Every time these abstracts are shared with us, every editor in their own, offices, in their own, corners, do a blind assessment of the abstracts. And usually, a number of these abstracts are rejected simply because one after the other, you find each editor saying, but there is nothing new here. What's new? No, and then you hear stuff like, it's a no for me. The rejection now is based on the basis of the fact that there is no credibility to what has been searched again by you. When you search again, be conscious of newness, being able to tell us that something is new. If it's not new, then it won't fly with a reputable journal because your research itself is not reputable. Meaning, for you to publish in a reputable journal, you must first develop a reputable and credible sense of research. It is about, another word we can use is integrity. Is there integrity to what we are doing? Because reputable journals are journals of academic integrity. You cannot come to those journals, you cannot desire, you cannot imagine, and that goes back to your imagination. You cannot imagine to publish in those journals without an orientation of credibility yourself. Which is why, for instance, how do you attain credibility? You must carry out literature review. If you are working on a concept, for instance, you have to review literature. If your literature review stops at, say, 2015, that tells us that your research is 8 years behind. And if your literature review ends 8 years behind, clearly your work is going to be rejected because there is no credibility to your literature review. There is no credibility to your research. There is no reputation. This is extremely important. I know about the institutional reputation of Redeemers University, that it provides access to current and relevant materials up to every year of practice, because research is about practice. So you should be able to ask yourself, what is the latest? This is 2023. What is the latest on this concept? What is the latest on this subject in 2023? As a matter of fact, we are already in the last quarter of 2023. Chances are that, no, it's not even chances are that there are already 2024 publications out there that you can even cite. In less than 2 minutes, I will be off and I will log in again, just trying to warn us ahead. And when I return, the next question we'll be looking at is, why do we have to search again? Like I have said, that's going to be because knowledge has no end, and which is why we must also create what I call the wow effect. When you do your research, or maybe we can be done with this slide. When you conduct your research, and people read your work, or people listen to your presentation, can they say, wow? That wow is linked to newness in what you are doing. And this is extremely important. So this is first and foremost the right orientation towards conducting research, and which is why such kind of attitude then prepares you for publishing in a reputable journal. But I'll still be more about how we go about that research in a very practical way once I return in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Apologies for this. From the beginning of the data analysis to the end, you will no longer find any reference to the theory. These are questions of credibility that we must address. And one instance, for instance, is also about the methodology you use. How, for instance, do you conduct empirical research on homosexuality in Nigeria? And for instance, you tell us that you have used an instrument like focus group discussion, FGD. Definitely because of the outlawry of homosexuality. That is not likely to happen. And if you submit that kind of paper, nobody will take you seriously. And now we shall finish up. What then is a reputable journal? A reputable journal offers a clear submission process, a rigorous blind review, high rate production values through a credible primary global outlet. It also has what I call a high rejection rate. Sometimes you visit the website of certain journals and they tell you that rejection rate is 90%, meaning out of every 10 submissions, only 1 is accepted. I once published in a journal, or my paper was accepted in a journal, and then after the initial congratulations, 2 or 3 days after, the editor wrote me again to say, Shania, I would like to congratulate you especially because our rejection rate is 92%, meaning sometimes when there are 10 submissions, not 1 may not even make it. But that should not scare anybody, because once you can deal with the issues we have touched on previously, don't forget that publishing in reputable journals is the final stage. If you can deal with how you conceive of your research, deal with your understanding of research and the ethics, coming to a reputable journal to seek publication will not be a problem. And these journals, you don't have to know the editor. All you need to do, and they will take your work through a rigorous blind review process. I am an editor of a journal, yet I continue to submit my work to other journals, and they take me through that rigorous process. Some people don't want to do that. I said, oh, Tisumio, why you continue to say, oh, Tisumio, you may end up publishing in what a professor calls Ikebe super journals. You publish in them, you submit your work today, after 5 minutes, they tell you your work has been accepted. Go and pay $200 and your work is published. But what is the value of that? Right now, my work is under review with a journal, and I have had to revise that work 3 times. So I am waiting now for the editors to come back to me. Even at that, I have no assurance that it will be accepted, because I might still be asked to do another stage of revision. We go through all that. And in going through all that, it is important for us to note that what we are seeking is certain kind of value for the work we are doing. In my citation, a work of mine published in was declared among the top 10 in the past 30 years in social and environmental studies. But the truth of the matter is that I was on that work for about 6 years. Now, I also need you to note this. from another practical experience. By the time I was done with that paper, a journal that was of a low value contacted me, even when it was being published by Elsevier, and said, "Oh, we're interested in this article of yours. Can you send it to us, and then we'll publish it?" I never did, because I knew the review process would not be as rigorous. So I chose to send it to the one that would take 5-6 years. And I kept on doing the revision. After we are done with that revision, it is R1, R2, R3, and it goes on, and I was never tired. And finally, it was published. Then, about a year after, it was declared among the top 10 in the world. That is the kind of journal we are seeking. And for you to do that, you must be ready to be credible and rigorous, to subject yourself to that rigor of review. The people don't know you, they just want to do their job. And if you can follow through, when you also take a look at the work, you'll be able to say, oh, it is much better now. Now, we may need to talk about some of these credible journals. And we're talking about journals published by notable university presses, and then globally reputable academic publishers. You know, when we begin to talk, if your work is published by Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, Harvard, and all that, Indiana University Press, they are reputable. You also know about other academic publishers like Routledge, Taylor and Francis, like Sage, and so these are the ones you patronize, and in the end you get value. And the reputable journals are journals that are indexed and abstracted by reputable outlets like Scopus, EBSCO, PubMed, ISI, and all. Of course, the keynote speaker has dealt with this topic in an exhaustive way, but we can always add our voice, and this is exactly what we are doing. And now, talking beyond what a reputable journal does, the other question we are going to ask is, why publish in a reputable journal? Because knowledge production is a global business regardless of an author's location. I want you to note that. You are in Ede, but you are participating in a global business. And what is that business? The business of knowledge production. If it is global, then when you publish in Ede, it should be acknowledged in Australia, which can be regarded as another end of the world. When your work is published, you should be able to go to the commonest platform, Google Scholar, put your name there, and it appears. And then scholars working in your area all over the world receive alerts. Like the keynote speaker said, when you do that, you find people coming into your email boxes to say, oh, we have read your article, blah, blah, blah. Based on that, can you do this for us? Can you do that one for us? And it goes on and on. And at some point, people think that you have shield, but I mean, these are the things that you benefit. And then it gives you personal and institutional credibility and visibility. I mean, when you mention some names in the circle of scholars, everybody says, we know him. You can travel to Oxford and your name is mentioned, and you find people coming to you that we have read your work. That is credibility. You go to Harvard and people say, oh, we've been waiting for you. We've read this article of yours. It gives you credibility. It gives you visibility. But it also means that your research credibility must match the credibility of these journals. Then your university too, when universities are rated, much of the rating comes from the quality of credible work we do as scholars. When we publish, that is how we attract visibility. So you don't turn yourself into a liability. your university ennobles you. The question you should be asking yourself is, do you also ennoble your university by your visibility, by the credibility of your scholarship? And so you publish in reputable journals to also learn more about, the imperative of resilience. Sometimes you have this impression that you can do this. A scholar once talked about the kind of revision he was asked to do, that it was a major revision. And he had the impression that the editors felt he would not be able to do it. Then what did he do? He said he decided that he would treat only one line of the review per day, just read a sentence and do the revision, and said he was doing that for 6 months. And by the time he was done with the revision, the paper was accepted, and it brought a lot of recognition for him. That is extremely important. I once submitted a work for publication, and by the time the editor got back to me, I was given 2 years to do my revision. It was a major revision, and they specifically said I had 2 years to do my revision. Imagine that. For some people, they say, so you just look for the nearest Ikebe Super Journal and just throw it there, and you have published it. It's time for a promotion. You will get the promotion, well, depending on the university, but you will not have the visibility. So it is important, and when you do all this, the question again is, what's the need for you? It will enhance your mobility. There are some scholars who keep on moving around the whole world. They are in Germany today, tomorrow they are in Harvard, next tomorrow they are in Oxford, and they keep on delivering keynotes all over the place like the keynote speaker. You are only able to be that mobile when your scholarship has been endorsed by reputable journals. It is extremely important. And it is also important for us to note that we can actually move from this stage of rejection, frequent rejection, to that of even becoming editors of these journals. I have this anecdote about a colleague with whom in those days we compared notes, and he said, now they don't reject my work again. I will also say, don't be smart, they don't reject my own too. But then he will say, you know what? No worry. All these journals, all these big journals around the world, now we go still edit them. Pardon my pidgin. I speak pidgin a lot. I have this background in worry, and it can never go out of me. But what I'm saying in essence is that our work in those days was being rejected, but we never gave up. We were determined to still go back to those journals again and again, because we were sure we were able to get there. Today, most of us are now editors of those same journals that have rejected our work in the past. I am an editor of African Studies today, but African Studies in the past rejected my work several times. So, but in learning that resilience, in learning to do your work, you also become great, and you can also assume leadership ultimately. And the mobility will also enhance your financial status as you move around. Now, I am running off. Let us note that here is the evolutionary process of publishing. At the initial stage, you are chasing high impact factor journals all over the place. Later, when you do reputable research, credible research, these same journals will begin to chase you. Every time these top journals contact me, I want you to join us for this special edition. I don't have the time. They still come back to me to start to try negotiating. After I have agreed in some cases, and they have said this is the deadline. It might even be that it's on the day of the deadline. I'll say, by the way, when is the deadline? Because even if I'm submitting, you have to give me like a month or 2 from now. They'll say, yes, we'll wait for you. But that's because you have gone through the process. And then linked to that is that becoming great with reputable journals also means that you will not be staying in Nigeria from January to December, because the reputable scholarship you do will take you around. If you are always in Nigeria from January to December, there is still not something not quite great about your scholarship. Finally, let us note that billions of dollars is budgeted every year for research, irrespective of where you are located. It is your reputable, credible research published in reputable journals that will be able to give you access when you are invited to participate in projects or in fellowships. In most cases, your application for fellowships are successful, not so much because of the proposal you have written, as because of your publication profile. I want you to note that. So, considering all that is required, one would say that, oh, this is a difficult thing to do because I have suffered rejection many times. Because these top journals keep on saying, oh, we regret to inform you, but you are not going to give up. You have to be resilient. You have to push harder. You have to learn from the masters, from the keynote, by comparing notes with senior scholars and also with your colleagues. Finally, one way of coming tops with these journals is that you can take this home. Have this at the back of your mind. It's the right orientation. If it's a door, you must knock it. Don't say, oh, that journal is just up there. My work will not be accepted. No. If it's a door, you knock it. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everybody for listening to me and for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I would like to thank you all.
Good afternoon, my colleagues. Let's just start from there. Okay, this is more of a discourse for me than more like a discourse than a lecture. Because I think 2 days after Prof sent me that message, 2 things happened. A paper was rejected, that's number 1. Number 2, I wrote a proposal, and by the time the critics came, I am still a learner. Okay. So on this job, I'm sure I'm not there yet. So just permit me to be a colleague this afternoon. Can I go on now? All right, thank you. Okay, I'll be presenting on publishing manuscripts in high-impact journals. Excuses why you don't start writing papers. I have no time, there's interference, it is not so important, I cannot write in the office, it is not my fault, a lot of committees, I have so many emails, memos to attend to, I will do it later, procrastination. I have no idea what to write about. I hate to sit down and think about it. I can only write when I have a deadline. Yeah, people do well with deadlines, but not in academics. The last one is I will start next week. So the caveat is be encouraged to start something today. All right, let's talk about why do we need to publish. So I'm going to speak to this slide. Why do we need to publish? It's a normal slogan in academics that you say, if you don't publish, you perish. And it's the sin of our forefathers in academics that if you don't publish, it limits your growth in that cadre. And if you offend your boss, sometimes, like the first speaker said, you could be dealt with by that negligence. So in academics, we always say to people that your destiny is in your hands. To publish is different from being visible. The last speaker mentioned you can publish in so many journals, aggregate journals, You know, these days when you go for international conference, I was presenting a paper in 2015 in Stellenbosch. And so that was the day I opened an Instagram account, I opened LinkedIn, and because at my pillory section, South Africa has spent so much money on my research. And so I was going to go to Amsterdam immediately after that presentation. But in the pillory section, nobody came except 2 white men. And so I was wondering that in a conference of almost 32 guests, and nobody is coming for a funded research. And so after I presented to those 2 white men, the man said, "You were not visible." So I'm going to start my discussion from visibility. It's not so much about the quality or the quantity now. It's more about where are you publishing. Quality can be relative. For example, tropical research can be done in Africa and published in OAU journal. Yes, quality, you have your data intact. But if it doesn't go beyond the words of the OAU or the Nigerian space, nobody gives the work credibility and validation. Like the last speaker said, your work must be validated by researchers. I think for us now in academics, our fear is not so much about publishing, it's about visibility. So publication was the problem of our forefathers in academics. Now, where we are publishing is the dilemma. Scopus, Web of Knowledge, ISI. That's the index. Because every university wants to grow in DHET ranking. And so DHE will ask you for requisite publications. And so in talent hunting, every university looks for researchers that are visible on the indexes. Face your fears. The fears we don't face becomes our limit. Maybe we change our lives by facing our fears. If we leap, we can fly. But if we don't, we can be stalked, limited by our own decision. So let's speak in the context of research. You can speak the story of success, but sometimes it might be surprising, sometimes it might not be surprising, sometimes it might fascinate people to realize that how can someone like us just start research in 10 years and how are we where we are today? It was because at the time when we were looking for mentors and scholars, we were looking for people that were already where we want to go. Someone said one of the ways to determine the future is, number one, to create that future. That's number one. Number two is also to follow the path of people that have been there. So when we're looking for grants, we look for universities that are already on the global map, and we look for scholars in those universities that have grown people over the years. I have a supervisor. Fortunately, my main supervisor, a Nigerian woman in South Africa. I have a Russian supervisor. I have a South African supervisor. And my supervisor, a Yoruba woman, will say, "Gari ni monta," meaning I'm selling gari as paper. Meaning, what does that mean in index? In a joke, we used to say it in like an index discussion, or what we play with is, it is what gives us a return of our investment on grants. If CSR is sponsoring and you write a paper as a report from a PhD student, after they want to renew, they submit those papers back for renew. If it's not flying after 2 years, the grant will stop. So they don't look for lazy students who cannot write. Did you get what I just said there? Okay. All right. So sometimes you also look at, can you actually achieve this alone? You know, before I started my presentation, I want us to get this premise. Can you do this research alone? The question is no. You can't do research in isolation. The word research itself is an established word on search. That means there's going to be an investigative analysis or systematic investigation of what has been done before. So it's not that you're bringing something new. The word novelty in the Hebrew is the alteration of an existing word. In engineering, we call it innovation. An invention has taken place. We have a way of redesigning the invention. And that's why we call it innovation. For us in engineering, we might not be able to roll out publications the way people in tropical medical practice will. And I used to tell people that in engineering now, most of the research that has been done, that was done in manufacturing, was done when Peugeot Africa Nigeria, Peugeot Automobile Nigeria was in Nigeria because manufacturing was being encouraged. And so all the researchers in Ife, Spider House, White House, they did all the work on steel and aluminum. Immediately manufacturing industry in Nigeria collapsed. There is no research visibility for us in engineering practice. But now, why are we talking about reputable journals? Because we want to still be local and be globally relevant. We want to be professors in Nigeria, not professors of Nigeria. We want to be on the map of people who have contributed to our feed. And so, can we do this alone? No. So the word here is, however success reveals where we are from and what we do as who we are. And that no one, not even a genius, ever makes it alone. So if your university or your department or your faculty does not have the equipment, okay, we train people on how to write good proposals. You send these proposals out, you look for sponsors, you look for collaborations. As a matter of fact, I also learned that in South Africa, that even in South Africa, as global as they were, we make sure that our supervision does not stay within the walls of a university. So like the first speaker also said, your supervisor helps you to network. For example, I have a supervisor inside Pretoria, but one of my co is in CSR, another athlete. So before you know it, the limitation of one person has been compensated in another place. For us as a faculty, you can come in here and say, we don't have equipment yet. But when promotion comes in, the university will not listen to say that because you don't have equipment, you will be promoted. The university will not listen to that. As a matter of fact, you want to do what we call, the last time I was able to speak like this to an international audience in South Africa, 2020, I said I've moved away from publication now. I've moved to acadpreneur. It is academic entrepreneurship put together. In acadpreneur, I write a paper for you, I collaborate for you, you sponsor my trip. If I want to go on holiday, you sponsor my trip to Stellenbosch and Cape Town. I give a paper of 2 days lecture, 1 plenary section. Even when we do it in South Africa, we fix our timing on vacations. So we do acadpreneur in the sense that the money that comes from research, we use it for other things of our lives. The enjoyment that comes from that, we use it to sort out other things. Did you get that? Have I offended you? That's the business aspect, that some of us realize that some of these lecturers does not spend their salaries. The ones that don't spend their salaries, they are the researchers. How many of you can bear me witness there? So people don't touch their salary. From one journey, from one trip to another, Do you understand what I'm saying? Because of their visibility. So we're going to do the first thing today. The first thing is, let's address these background issues. And after we do this, we can now talk about arcadepreneurship, why you can use what you have to determine the kind of life you want to live. Can I continue now? Okay. What are the headaches and challenges in publishing in reputable journals? Number one, lack of technical know-how. I don't know how to write. Number two, poor research setup. Any result you are bringing that the experiment has been thwarted cannot be a tangible result. In the heart, they call it hypothesis. I'm not sure. Once there's no registered hypothesis give you a clue of expected results. So once there is a faulted methodology or experimental setup, that result will be cancelled. Number three is challenges of training people on how to write high-impact journals, limited access to technical linkages and collaborators. For example, now, we had the policy in University of Pretoria, and the policy is simple. When it's one of the criteria that as a student, you don't publish without the knowledge of your supervisor. How many of you knows the ethics of that? You can't put in my paper in a name, you can't put my name in a paper now that I don't know. You are not doing me any favor. You are only harming me. Okay, so in University of Pretoria, there's a policy that you can have first author as the student, as a PhD student. The corresponding author is shared by you and your supervisor, that as the paper is going out and coming in, both of you are in the knowing. So when the review comes, you don't have the right to send it back to the journal without the knowledge of your supervisor. So one of my friends who is in Canada will tell you, the supervisor will tell you, sit down. We will need to look at it together. So, because here you know that Africans can be funny, you supervise your work yourself, you submit yourself, you are first author, you are corresponding author. Your supervisor is only interested in the numbers of people on the paper. But in an ethical position, I have a roommate, we had a PhD together for 4 years. We were working on the same process line, but our names never appeared on the same paper. And we are both in Nigeria at the moment. It's the ethics of how we're trained. So the first point is, when the work is coming, the impact of the collaborator or your supervisor must be felt in the way you are mentored. For example, we've had a case whereby I could not answer a particular question that was sent from Springer in 2017. My supervisors could not attempt it. And we had to look for someone who was going to help us to attempt the question. Do you understand that? That's the advantage of collaborators. Let's leave the financial limitations. Okay, what is the cycle? The cycle of research. You start with thinking and planning. What do I want to do? Every leadership or research starts from solution-driven analysis. What do I need to solve for this nation? If there is no problem of the research, then you should be sure that it will not be funded. How many of you know that? Nobody funds what is not an existing problem. So you think, identify your research area, discover what has been done. Literature will help you in analyzing and discover what has been done. We used to write it in literature, no fewer work has been done or limited work has been done in this area. It's just to establish that you are not repeating what others have done. And it's also telling you that even though you're in Nigeria, the literature analysis tells you what has been done in China, how they did it, and it can also be repeated. In engineering, we call it reverse engineering. We also call it backward integration. That the fact that you did it in China does not mean it's going to be the same in Nigeria. Number three, gather analysis. Carry out research with methods and analyze results. We used to do something in our methodology also in engineering that we want you to cite your setup so we can validate. We call it reproducibility. You want to be sure that if anyone picks the same analysis data anywhere in the world, they can also get the same result. So how do we arrive at writing and publishing in reputable journals. Where in high impact journals for visibility, why do we need to do that? Recognition, international appointments for contribution to knowledge, rewards, can be promotion, can be grants, and can be funding. And why do we need to do that? Because we want to impact and engage in what we call international space. We want to be in the international space. Am I making sense, please? Oh, okay. Okay. How to write a good manuscript? How to publish a research paper in international journal? Complete your research, prepare the manuscript, submit the manuscript get reviewed, decision, and publication. So we major this discussion on the 2 points in between, because some of us were in sciences, some of us are in the arts. So we major it on the two. The first two, prepare the manuscript and submit the manuscript. How do we prepare? First one, am I ready to write a paper? What was my original hypothesis? What is hypothesis? I think I've explained before. Something that has been done, that is establishing an idea of what you're expecting. Is that how it is in other? Because one of the critiques I had 2 weeks ago was a faulted hypothesis. That, oh, no, this is not the way it should be. Check 2 or these journals. And also, we have to also say, do my data answer the question? Are the data sufficient to support the conclusions? Are the experiments reproducible? And the last one, are my findings novel? How many of us have experienced that? For few of us that we do reviews, how many of you know that all the reviewers will subject their critics on these 5 points? First, they will look at it like, your hypothesis, your experimental has no basis. Once he says that research is rejected. I won't even waste time. You just reject it. The other one would be, my findings, are they novel? What are you doing that is new? What are you adding to the body of knowledge that is new? If he could not identify the novelty, whether by your process or techniques, whether by your addition, the way of doing it differently, if he could not identify that, then he feels that there is no novelty. Or if he thought that, okay, for example, okay, my supervisor, incidentally, I think in 2015, we just came to South Africa where we're a bunch of, curiosity. So the first international conference we were going to travel to, I was to present a slide, and I made a slide of 15 slides. And so my supervisor, women has a way of, they will critique, like they don't want you to, they shall have this motherhood something with it. So my supervisor also acted like a mother. He said, you want to go and tell those Austrians that will come, the Germans that will come, and they will steal our idea when you've not started a PhD. So she gave a law. You are just going to go there and discuss experimental setup, what you are expecting. And so you will give them curiosity to get back to us. But in Africa, we want to impress. So what we need to do is, if you really actually have to publish 2-3 papers that make sense, you will not look for a job. Even the grants, you will only need to attach 1 or 2 of those papers to the grants to tell them that you've done something like this before. But I'm sure grants will put publication as prerequisite. If you want to apply for grants at higher fellowship level, they want to ask you, in between 5 years, what have you done? So my supervisor questioned that once you are going for your first turnout point for research, you don't expose all your data. So when you go again, maybe the next conference we went, we are not saying so much about what we said before. We are changing the scope. So when we prepare papers like this, sometimes your scope, even in your analysis, can generate more than one paper. That's what my supervisor taught us. One scope can give you two papers. Because for some of us in corrosion engineering, you can do different environment with the same same materials. Okay, let's get started now. What type of article shall I write? Is it full length? Is it short communications? And all that. Let's leave this one for the matrix, the academic matrix. Choose your journal. Where have most of my reference been published? For example, you can realize that some people just want to publish. And so for us at a level now, we used to tell that if you are saying you are a corrosion expert and you've not published in corrosion science Elsevier, you've not published in Springer, you've not published in Elsevier, we want to evaluate you at SL level or professorial level. They can't find you on Scopus. You are not doing yourself, you are not just doing yourself an harm, you are doing your employee an harm, because the harm is the university will not be seen as having to have a skillful person in that field. So how do you get that? You realize that from the references of those literatures, you can get where you can publish those work. From the ones you are saying, this work, this person just, where will I publish? Where will I publish? From the references of those papers you downloaded, you can get where one or two places that suit. Does my study fit the scope of the journal? How many of you have experienced this too? Yes, I've experienced it, where they will send back your paper and say it's not in the scope of. That means that at that time you are still doing OPD paper. OPD is outdoor patient paper. You shall want your paper to be published. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when you really know the business of academics, you want your paper to be published in your core area, where when they mention 10 people in materials here, you click your name and you realize that your name will pop up. But if they go to Baggy, everybody's paper is in Baggy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Manuscript structures. We know this way manuscripts are structured, but let me also skip this because some of these papers have templates. But the structure is the same when you are preparing your paper. So let's move from manuscript structure to order of preparation. How do you start writing a paper? You don't start writing a paper from the conclusion. So the first thing is you want to know what are the things that you've been able to gather. Abi? The tables. That's how we start writing the paper. For example, now I have a guy that I'm trying to work on one of his experiments. I will tell him, can you send me Tafe graph? Can you send me same image? So I look for Tafe, the corrosion graph. I look for, sorry, I'm speaking but what I'm saying is, I look for a data, I look for the microstructure, I'm able to document what is available. So I begin to look for the relationship between 1 to 2. So once there's a lacuna or there's a gap, I say, okay, can you supply this information regarding this? So the first thing you gather is your images, table, graph. In social sciences, they call it data. Can you go and get data for me? Okay, I'm going to Sokoto, I'm going to Kigali, I want to go and get data. So it is not, so even after, okay, let me also pinch on that. Your research is not as deep as your exposure to the limitation of the work that's been done. Let me buttress it this way. If you do a PhD, I know of South Africa, sorry, don't be offended. Before your second year, your first year is your literature review. Nobody is expecting you to be in the lab. There's no, it's a structured program that you are not supposed to be in the lab in the first year. All of us were in the library the first year. And I used to say, with all sense of humility, my first year I reviewed on my EndNote page, I've reviewed at that time, 274 articles in my area. And so one day, I just told my supervisor, I said, I've reviewed this. So anytime I'm going to school, my bag is heavy. My bag is heavy. I'm still gathering informations. I've not seen what has not been done. And this project is funded. So no, he said you've not searched. There will always be something that you need to look for. So the first thing is that data you are gathering, you want to know where it exists and other people have not seen it. So it is not the literature review that you start looking for when you are writing publications. No, it is when you are in the curiosity of proposals, developing what to do, that you spend your energy on literature review. When you want to start writing paper, it is the data that tells you the kind of review that comes in line. How many of you have written papers before you just realize, undergraduate students, you just realize that they wrote something else, they are citing something else. How many of you get what I'm saying now? Yeah, I'm talking to my colleagues. Abi, you will see, by the time you put that column on Google Scholar, what he's citing is not what he put as a number. Do you get? So we use 100 level undergraduate student as preliminaries. Preliminary examination. Just go to the field, just go and see what you gather. But you might not be able to use that as the real article. Did you get that now? So literature review is when you're still doing proposal level and all that. But at the end of the day, maybe when you want to write your thesis, you might still have to go back to those fundamentals. So, but at the point of writing papers, it is those data and all that. Sometimes it can be altered because it can come before methodology, it can come after methodology, depending on your area of research. Sometimes it is, for engineering now, it is not the data, it is the process, it is the method. In physics, it is the method first that determines the kind of data. But in tropical sciences, it is the data. You see some people flying to Kenya to go and get data and start looking at statistics methods, SPSS. Let's see the variables, the non-dependent variables. Can we move away from that? So it is those things that determine the third one, which is your result. So when you are forming paper, you now look at, what do I have now? I have everything. I have this one. My methodology is okay. My methodology has produced these results. So when you start that, you now start looking at, how do I start discussing, how does this table relate with this? Okay, let me start doing, we used to call it 3 steps. The first step is the writing. You must write. What is the writing in engineering? We say, what can you see? The graphs, what can you see? So the interpretation of the graph must be documented. That's the first thing. The second one is, you must be able to have a scientific background to what you are saying. Why was it so? At PhD level, it is why, not how. At master's and first degree level, it could be what and how. But at PhD level, it is why. So at publication level, it is why is this thing like this? So when you do the why, you gather 2 or 3 literature backgrounds, and the next thing, which is the last one, is you must integrate your findings to body of knowledge. That's the validation of the work. That's why some people, there's no virgin in this business. Somebody must have done something that is closely related to your findings. It might not be up to one or two, might not be more than one or two citations, but there must be citations to validate that. Additional etat in 2017, Dairo etat 2019 has said something closer to these findings. That is the validation. Did you get that? I can take that again. The first one is, after you have examined, look into your discussion, this is what I can see. The data is going this way as a result of my variables and all that. Say, okay, what could be the reason for these disparities or ways? And so after you're done with that, we used to tell people the logic way is process it and start looking for journals that will support your findings. That is what we call integrating it to body of knowledge. By the time you say one or two people have said that, there's no reviewer that will send it back because of that validation. Can I move on now? Okay. So let's leave the title and the abstract. Every other journal also has their approach to title. Some can say 15 letters, some can say 18, some can say 150 words, some can say 250 words. So that's also, okay, figures. I've explained that too. Materials and methods. Results. See, this thing we call result also varies. But do you realize that I can also use this example? The result is important, but it's not as important as the way you are presenting the result. Somebody can cook well. Somebody can cook well, but the packaging can piss you off. Like, so you have journals that refers to, can you follow our structure? Can you follow the way we arrange our results? So you can have what we call a logical flow. My supervisor will say, when I pick your paper, I should be able to read it like stories. So they must understand that from the first, there's a flow. So from the flow, you will know, okay, this is what this person is saying, this is what this person is saying, this is what this person is saying. And so I also tell people that from your abstract, what you do in your abstract is your first level of introduction is a caption. Everybody must know that is a problem you are trying to solve. Once there is a caption, you now tell us the process to which you're solving the problem or the technique to which you're using. The third line for us in abstract will be, what are the results that has been generated through those findings? The fourth point after the result has been generated is the validations of the result. And the last line of your abstract will be your conclusion. The same 4 lines on the first 5 lines, which is the first one, the caption, the second one, the process of the techniques, the third one, the result, the fourth one, the validation, the fifth one, the conclusion. All you need to do is to write an extended abstract and make it your introduction. So the extended abstract becomes, the caption becomes 2 or more paragraphs and put in someone who has written something closer to that as a citation. And you flow from that. The second one will be your process. 2-3 journals, review 2-3 journals that work on that process parameters and put it there. This person did this, according to this person, this is the findings, okay, in this. So you're writing the process in your introduction. The third one will be, okay, this is a gap. This is what I'm trying to bring in now. That's the sequence. And you suspend the fourth one, which is your result, to result and discussion. And the conclusion is a summary of your conclusions at the back. Okay. Sorry. I hope I didn't off you there. Okay. I've talked about discussion. Okay. Conclusion. Conclusion can be either ways. Some people, even in abstract level, some people want to do graphical abstract. Abi, have you heard that before? Yes, my friend, thank you, ma. Graphical abstracts. Some people don't want all these, you are writing. They just want pictorial representation. It's just like when you are doing a paper presentation in a conference, they don't need they just want to get there and see what is your picture. And from your picture, they will be able to say, this is what you did. This is what you did, 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 and they're done. All right. Title, authorship, let's leave that for, I've done abstract, introduction, references. Okay. References, I'm sure all of us know end notes now, Mendeley, so we can also skip that. Polishing up, okay. Yes, this is where my discussion starts. Which journal to publish your results or your research in? Yes, this is the business for me today. See, this is the graph of promotion in Covenant University. So it is not so much, you see, when you see this graph, this image, you see quality, you see quantity. So you can have 20 papers and it doesn't equate to one, because this one can be Q1 91%. And this one, you can have them, they are not even on Google Scholar. So the reference point is, how do they get this quota? The first thing is, after you're done preparing your publication, you verify. You can go to, this is Elsevier Scopus Review Journals. So on the review page, I don't have a pointer here, but you can just see my cursor. You go to sources. So when you click sources, you look for the particular journal. You know, you'll have search journals from your references. So you put your source. Your source is there. So your sources popped out to tell you, is it a Q1 paper? Is it a Q2 paper? Is it a Q3 paper? Is it a Q4 paper? So once you're able to identify which of the range, then you can know, like the first speaker said, you can know that if your promotion criteria is saying 10 points for promotion, then you can predict if you need to do more or you need to expand. That's why I started my first image with. Some of us, we don't need to do more. We just need to expand. Yes, we know that you're a genius, but you need help. Help could be in the sense of access. I want to present my work. Now the world is a global space. I want to present my work in Canada. And the first thing on your mind is Japa. No. The first thing is, how do I get a link to that access point so I can have access? So by the time you present your work one or twice on Zoom, you can have an invite. One of my friends in Bowen University picked BAT. She's working on BAT. And on her LinkedIn page, the way she handled the BAT has rabies. So the way she handled the BAT, the white woman commented that these bats can injure you. You know, for some of us who grew up in OAU quarters, you can have bats everywhere. We grow up with them, we stay with them. So we don't even know if it has rabies. One person just commented and said, the way you're handling this bat, come for a conference and see the way we handle bats. And my friend went to Tanzania. Yeah, and the next time they were going to launch an international conference, she was one of their hosts in Abuja. So, sir, access. You don't need to do more. That paper that you are working on, Just look for one place that you need to work and work, cite people, put it on LinkedIn, publish it on Google Scholar. Before you know it, somebody needs it and calls you to just give a paper for it. I can also say this because you've had your mentoring section. On my point of view, really, to achieve this sometimes, you might not be able to do it alone. But on standing point order, your research team must be able to identify your own particular niche area. Once they can identify that this is your own strength, once they have a limitation in one or two places, there is a reference point. That reference point is your growth leverage. Can I repeat myself? They must be able to say, everybody, all my friends will tell you, there is an additional OS and there is an additional OT. I am additional OS. My younger brother is additional OT. I'm in Redeemers. My brother is in University of Pretoria. But they will tell you, my brother is energy. You will not see me in energy. But in materials, you'll be able to see me there. Even my friends will say, this is corrosion. Every of your work is corrosion. But you realize that as at the time when I was publishing, I only had 28 papers on corrosion. Did you get why I'm giving that analysis? So people, when I came back to the country, I worked in Landmark. And I had 3 students who were doing postgraduate, they were doing PhD in my area. So I would sit in my office, they would bring their problems. Okay, do this one, do this analysis. Go and do this one in Futa, go and do this one in Futa. Send this one to India, send this one to South Africa. And because of that, my tentacles begin to, that's the Yoruba word. You begin to, academy is not your business, so it's everybody's business. So you begin to put, even the one that does not concern you, once they are stocked, and they know that is your niche area. How many of you are data analysts here? Statistician, okay. Before you know, you just say, I want to plot this SPSS graph. I don't even know the variable. And so you begin to see people toiling because they know that you are a solution provider. And the solution provider gives you what? The leverage. The leverage is called synergy. So if your niche area produces 2 Q1 papers, do you get what I'm saying? Your own can just be 2 in a year, and your synergy gives you another 2. So in a year, you have 4. And you know, that 4, you are not sure where those papers will be presented, or where they will be analyzed, or where they will be published. And before you know it, as a matter of time, you realize that you are now a global coverage. Did you get what I just said? Okay, let's move there. How many of you understand this table? I'm sure we are familiar with it. So can I move away from here? Okay. Okay, most preferred journals. We know this already. Factors to consider. I'm almost done. Factors to consider in publication. Yes. Topics published by the journal, journal's target audience, reputation of the journals, or impact factor. Okay, let me also use 1 minute to explain this impact factor. A baby does not walk in a day. A baby, if you are still doing PhD and you are doing masters, the requisite could be publish 2 papers and graduate. It might not, your supervisor can, if you have good mentorship, fine. For example, my supervisor told me that she's tired of so papers, and I was coming as a new student, and she said she wants to severe particular areas because of grants. Oh, okay, fine. If you are just starting, you are new birds, you will need to leap and fall before you fly. So you might not start from Q1, and you can start from the visibility is important. You can start from Q4, Q3. Let me shock you. It might not be the Q1 that will give you rigorous review. It might be the Q3 that will give you the work of a Q1 paper. And at the end of the day, what we do, how we learn from the job is, all the critics, my papers will be rejected. At the time, my supervisor said, when you want to send, let us be seeing it. She used the word that you are embarrassing me. Because at the time when I'm sending out the work, they're also sending out corresponding. She's seeing those papers. And I was now sending, then the ethics was, you must see one paper, and my time was wasted. He said, you send one, they reject it. He said, no, you still need tutoring. So what I'm saying is, you might not fly on the Q1 yet. Start from the Q4, the Q3, and by the time you, at the end of the day, if you're ambitious, which is not wrong, to start from Q2 and Q1, all you need to do is, you must have constructive criticism, balance level. That means you can take that work before you publish it, go and give someone like Dr. Dairo, go and give him, or go and give someone who you know that will not use, I know you to publish you. He will look at it and tear it for you, like use red biro to tear it. You might have to go back to the lab because you want it to come out from Q1 papers. Okay, I've also explained this. All right, the last one here. How do we handle rejected papers? Rejection is part of the business. I need to say this. Rejection is part of the business. They are still rejecting our paper. I have a witness in this hall. They are still rejecting our paper, and they will still reject it. And sometimes there was a time we had papers, in 2 weeks we had like 1 or 2 papers, and also in another week we're having rejection, and sometimes also it's like a graveyard. You are not even seeing anything, whether it's coming or it's not coming. So you must actually understand that the fact that you are rejected doesn't mean the paper is wrong. It might just be a perspective mentality of your reviewer. And so sometimes if the work is so, you are justified, and you look at the critic level, instead of writing a rebuttal or something, you look at the critic level, your supervisor could advise, can you send it to another journal? You realize that it is perception. So it's not because the paper is wrong. It's because the perception of this person reading it it's not following your sequence. It doesn't mean that it is a wrong paper. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is the criticism there. So you have to have that mindset to always be humble enough to send it to another paper. The last one is, I said it when I started. These days in engineering, even for sciences, the cover letter syndrome establishes 3 mechanisms when you're writing a cover letter. It is not, I'm writing a topic of a paper and you put the people there. The cover letter syndrome these days, especially for grant applications, there are basically 3 things. The first one is the novelty of the research. The second one is funding approach of the research. The last one is contribution to knowledge. What exactly are you contributing to knowledge? So let's take it away from I'm writing papers because I want to be promoted. Let's come to the basis of I'm writing paper because I want to have a sense of fulfillment. Do you get? Because let me shock you. The promotion index for every university differs. What makes a senior lecturer here might make a professor in another place. But also, what makes a senior lecturer here might just be held to in another place. So it is not the indexing that determines. What determines is the high level of your contribution to knowledge. And if you really know that you know how to cook the stew, then you should actually compete in the global frontier. And what's that global frontier? Ability to publish your work in reputable journals. Thank you, and God bless you.
So, good afternoon. That embarrassment is... So, I thank God for bringing us all here, and I commend the organizers of this workshop for their initiative. Unfortunately, because what I'm expected to talk about is in itself embarrassing, I don't think I know how to win a postdoctoral fellowship. So if someone asks me to come and tell you how to win a postdoctoral fellowship, I will not be saying the truth. And this is a mission school. We are supposed to say the truth. So I will tell you the truth. There is no template, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I know, to winning a postdoctoral fellowship. Granted that, okay, I was lucky to win a few in the few years after my PhD, at least up till 2019, before COVID. But I still very much believe that I don't think anybody can teach you how to win a postdoctoral fellowship application. So what I will do this afternoon is to give you tips that might help, okay, that might help you to win a fellowship. And interestingly, all those tips have been mentioned since morning, one way or the other. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have not come with a dossier of how to win any fellowship. Because what works for me may not work for my brother, may not work for Dr. Unabuna, may not even work for Professor Unabuna, the husband, in the same household. But there are global principles. So permit me to just share those principles that I think I may not be too sure have worked for me, and for those who have not allowed me to rest in the past decade or more, who think that I know how to win fellowship, and who, because of a proverb in Yoruba land that says that igi sumogi lobo sheunfu obo uni skill. Monkeys know how to fly because there is proximity among trees. And small me, modest me, in my university and elsewhere, several of them think now that they are my mentees, that I have taught them how to win fellowships, or I have shown them how to win fellowships. And each time they say it, now I have a response for them. It's the general lingo of current hip-hop talk. I say, they play, just they play. So, thank you. Now, if you want to win a fellowship, I guess you need to answer some questions. And the first question that I want to say might work is, ask yourself, who are you? Who am I? It is not your degree. It is not how beautiful your proposal is alone. But ask yourself, who am I? It's another way of saying, what is my location as a scholar? For example, when I started applying for fellowships, I was motivated by one fact. That fact was the fact that, okay, I've been in the private sector for more than 10 years. I want to cross to academics. Will I be able to survive on this income that I know very well, having grown up in a university environment? And I asked myself, there could be other ways of improving, empowering myself. So I tell myself, okay, Oluwole, you are an early career humanities scholar looking for a sponsored conference or opportunity or fellowship. So what was I doing then? It will interest you to know that when I started, that's why I said two caps may not fit one head. When I started, I didn't start with any mentor. I was transiting directly from the industry to academics. And my desire was to make a difference, was to live a better life, was to have a liquid life without compromising myself when I get to the university system, without asking students to give me money, without having to borrow money. So what was I doing then? I bought a phone. That time, internet was not very... So I bought a phone, and I would lie in my bed. I would go to Google. And it was Yahoo then. Yahoo was more popular. And Mama Search engine. I would type that thing I just told you now. On the search bar, I will say, opportunities. I've identified myself. Opportunities for an early career humanities scholar based in Nigeria. I will write the year. That year was 2007, I think. I will write the year. Because that was what I wanted. I just wanted opportunities. It didn't matter what the opportunities were. It could be to come to Redeemers University, and when I'm leaving, they give me a pack of food. Okay? But they were all opportunities. So that was how I started. If you want to make it formal now, you could say, okay, go and be searching the internet for opportunities, or talk to somebody to show you opportunities. What is the point I'm making? For you to get anywhere, you need to identify who you are. Tell yourself, this is me. What I'm looking for now cannot be what I was looking for then. Cannot be what Professor Adebile is looking for now. So if I waste my time using the same search items I used in 2007 now, I will not get any result. Because by the time they look at it, even the years of your PhD, the age of your PhD, you are not going to be favorably considered. So the first question is, who am I? So we can ask ourselves, this is a garden of female academics. Instead of saying scholar, like I used to say, you could just put female scholars opportunities. You could even decide to say, I want to go to the US this year. In the US 2023. You'll be shocked at the results that will come out. And if you create time for it, after the children have gone to bed, after you have done late night, is it ministration they call it? You have finished praying, because it is not a job that will give you the result in 10 minutes. You may search for 3 hours. You may search for a whole day and not get a single thing. But you must be committed to it. And I can tell you, it works. That is why I say, when I say these tips, it is not because I think that they are the ways to win a fellowship. Because I know that it doesn't harm to try. Now, the second thing is the question of destination. Where am I going? If you are looking for a fellowship and you want the fellowship to be South Africa, you have to be searching for opportunities in South Africa. I'll give you an information, for example, for those of us who are still within 5 years of PhD. South African Academy, as a matter of national policy, gives or pays attention to early career scholars, and they range between the first year to 5th year. They want to fund most of their professors to invite postdocs. So if you are looking for a fellowship now as a postdoc, South Africa is your natural destination. And you know that South Africa has global standards, even though they are based in Africa. So where is my destination? Where am I going? Number 3. So how can I get to where I'm going? I just said it now as simply as possible. As if you get those opportunities, you just apply, they will give you. it is not always so. Before you start that journey that I said you can start to be yourself or to go somewhere, you have to attempt to package yourself. I'm using marketing speak now. Branding, packaging matters. So, if you have not started building your profile, I do not think I may be wrong. You have any business searching for fellowship. Because the same fellowship you are applying for and you are based in this university, your colleagues in Adeleke University near here are applying for the same fellowship. The people at Fountain University in Oshogbo are applying for the same fellowship. Osun State University. We are talking about one state, though. Jabu, Bowen, the king of them all, OAU is there. Oduduwa University is there. So it is the same fellowship you are applying for that countless people are applying for. So as a reviewer, what are they looking for? They are looking for somebody, a candidate that has something different, that has a hedge over the others. So packaging matters. And in specific terms, I'm saying that before you attempt to start scouting for fellowship, try and register your name on the map, on the global map. I'm not saying try to be a professor. You have to publish. You just have to publish. That publication, thank God now, the Yoruba people say that, thank God now, things are different than it used to be. Everybody now you have an access to open a LinkedIn profile. You can have a profile page on ResearchGate. You can have on academia.edu and several others. So you need to package yourself so that by the time you are applying or searching for those opportunities, there is a connection between that profile already known and the person applying for that fellowship. The next thing is, who am I looking up to? For example, I have several people now who have made a mistake, in quote, of looking up to me. They believe I'm their model, but I tell them that I'm nobody's model. You have to fashion your own path and be open to ideas and be receptive to new things. Now, if you are in Redeemer's University and you do not know that there is a family, for example, a husband and wife who are both onboard fellows, the wife is seated here, and who, apart from the fact that they are onboard fellows, they have been able to replicate themselves even in the students that they are around. So where else do you want to find a model or somebody to look up to, if not them? The point I'm making is that that mentor you are looking for may not be too far away from you. You just don't know. And mentorship is not about somebody sitting you down and telling you what to do. When I started publishing, what I was doing was to look at where somebody, a particular person, was publishing. And I wasn't telling him. I'll just type his name. I'll list the journals. Where did he publish? So my target was, he published here, he published here, he published here. Those were the journals I'm targeting. You could see that my own formula is a little bit different from the traditional. Who has a term? Of course, he's a scientist. I'm saying that if you know the people you want to be like, you could decide to pattern, knowingly or unknowingly, without even telling them, your career path or trajectory after them. Because if you go to meet them, this family I just spoke about for now, I'm sure that if you go to approach them, you are going to first do praise worship. Maybe you do praise worship for 30 minutes because there is a Christian family. And if you are not one, and I'm being serious here, if you are not one, that may be your first problem because you will not be able to operate on the same wavelength. Right. So, who are you looking up to. The next thing is, what is the stage? What is the stage of my career? Where am I? If you are a senior lecturer, like Professor Adeboye said in the morning, if you are a senior lecturer and you are looking for opportunities for early career researcher, you just be complaining all the time. I don't know how they win these grants. I don't know how they win these fellowships. So if you know the stage of your career, it helps you in searching for opportunities. Next thing is peering. I don't want to call it peer review. Peering. It is like the normal thing that says, show me your friends. Who are the people that are your friends? Academic friends, colleagues. Are they the people? There are people that we call balcony theorists. Good morning. The cleaner comes to clean their office. They are already on the balcony discussing university politics. Who is going to be the next vice chancellor? Or why is the vice chancellor riding Prado? If care is not taken, if you have not studied yourself very well, and your productive time is between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. every morning, you will spend every morning discussing the vice chancellor. And don't forget that the vice chancellor is not one person. One vice chancellor will leave. Another person will come. All those things we were discussing about the former vice chancellor. The new vice chancellor that has come in will have other attributes. So you have a lot to talk about. So who are your friends? Who do you move with? Who do you go to eat with? All right? So you need to know the kind of association that you keep. You may be shocked that as a Christian university, your prayer partners, how do we call this now? If you are in a department in a church, the people you are in, maybe usher or choir, they may not be the same people you need to associate with. When it comes to career trajectory, determine people that have similar aspirations with you. You'll be surprised that the only thing you'll be discussing is fellowship and publication and grant. You will remember to talk about the latest hairstyle, because he or she will be telling you, hey, we are expecting, these people have not gotten back. And she can even have superior information. You remember AHP? You know AHP, there is a time of the year that they get back to applicants. So if you are moving with the right person and you say, this is March, people, the right person who is also on the same wavelength with you will say, no, normally AHP comes out in July. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know any, like I just told you, I don't know how to win any fellowship. I may have been lucky to have won a few, but I don't think I have a code to give you. Now, how do you now look for opportunities? All these opportunities that we are talking about, some are discipline restricted. But gradually, the world is moving to convergence. That is what we must understand. If you belong to networks, professional networks, if you look at 50 calls for applications or for, you will see that there is a convergence of epistemology, of knowledge production. Everybody is interested in everything. Interdisciplinarity is taking over. So it won't matter where you are expected to be able to see a problematic from your perspective as a scholar. So if you know you are looking for opportunities, do not say that because somebody is in software engineering, person cannot be your peer. In fact, there may be a call in his or her field that will be relevant to you. Let me shock you. In the course of my career, actually my career is not so old. My working life is old. I've been working for over 20 years. But my physical stay in academics is less than 15 years. And by our standard in conventional universities, I'm a professor now without announcement. You understand what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm a professor waiting for announcement. waiting for the process. I know it doesn't happen in Redeemers, but in our own, a combination of blackmail and prayer session before the thing will come up. So what I'm saying is that the length of my stay, physical stay, is indirectly proportional to my career stage. By the time I came into academics fully, I had about 9 foreign publications. And I was not in academics, but I knew I wanted to be an academic. I may not have been. I know I will still have been publishing till tomorrow. So, the opportunities you want to look for now, if you continue to stay in Nigerian Chemical Society, or Society for, who are the people who look for kokoro? Entomology, looking for opportunity. Like somebody told me, it's because of your own field, though. We in engineering, we don't have opportunities. The person does not know that the world is moving. I don't know who is a literature scholar here. Maybe they won't come here. Is there a literature scholar here? Chinua Achebe said that the world is like a masquerade moving. If you want to see the whole of it, you have to turn around that masquerade. He said, that is why I'm sending one of my sons to learn the religion of the white men. Those who do not do that now may have cause to say, had I known tomorrow. So, if you want to belong to that league now, you must think out of the box, out of your discipline. Look at my 2 sisters there. I don't know who they are, but you can see that they are discussing something interesting to them. Maybe the current hairstyle or wig. The point I'm making is that after now, decide who you want to move with when it comes to your career trajectory. You can be friends with everybody. But when it comes to, I'm looking for opportunities, you have to know people whose objectives are the same with yours. I discovered quite early, because I started academics without any restriction. I didn't have any university job to teleguide me. I discovered that the volume of interdisciplinary opportunities available is like 70% to strict discipline-based opportunities. It's very easy to comprehend. If you are in language, if Professor Unabona, the female, had stayed in our traditional English, I know what she's doing. How many people will fund a research in syntax and grammar? It does not mean that syntax and grammar are useless. Don't forget that funding also, they have their own objectives, which is as simple as they want to impact society. I do not know, in an era of emerging world Englishes, what impact a proper study of syntax will do. People are saying that all Englishes are correct. It depends on the context. So what you call bad English, when people have studied it and they said is new English. Okay? They told us when we were in the university that the auditorium is singular. Auditoria is plural. But now for convenience, they said auditoriums is correct. But we know that it doesn't matter what they say, we know it is not correct. It is just convenience, how the world has changed, has evolved. The first sponsored workshop I attended in 2006 in Germany was the theme of that workshop was cultural study of the law. Summer school on cultural study of the law. I just look at the call. I was not even yet in academics. I can write something for these people now. And what guided me then was a proverb that says that Ofinto meha lo mu egun akasholori ni gbogbo in the idea of law. So if a woman in Puda and a masquerade are compared, they share something in common. In a precise way, I wrote a proposal. I don't know if I wrote it well. I didn't have anybody to show it to. But because ideas rule the world, according to Benokri, if you think differently, you will change your world. I'm sure it was the idea. And that was the first motivation I got. That so I can sit down and think about something. Write it not in a fantastic way. And somebody asked me to come. That leads me to another thing. That workshop that I said, I was only given a reduced registration fee and free accommodation. I was supposed to source for my flight ticket myself. And when I saw the opportunity, I said I wasn't going. But my madam at home said, this one you will go. Before I knew the reason for this one you will go, I realized that much later in life that you have to plan for us. So this one that you are doing that you won't go where. How much is ticket? You can afford it. Then a return ticket. I could afford a return ticket because I was working in the private sector. It was my leave allowance, 140,000 naira. I just made that point for you to know that if you are looking for opportunities, those things don't come fully made. You start small and they build gradually. All right? That's how to look for opportunities. Look for what is relevant to you and also look for what is not relevant to you. As of the last count, I am not I'm not chest beating. I know that I have attended sponsored workshops that will number at least over 50. Yeah. Out of that number, I'm not talking about fellowships. So I've not been awarded 50 fellowships. So out of that number, I don't think I can count on my fingers 5 that are in African literature, strictly speaking. Are you getting my point? Strictly speaking, I will still speak to the issue from African literature point of view, but that program will not be African literature. For example, I won a fellowship in Princeton, Institute of Advanced Studies. It was a 3-year fellowship spread across 3 countries, the US, Sweden, and France. And the theme of that call was inequalities. Inequalities. They just said, write a proposal relating to inequalities. If you look at the word inequality, it tells you it is economic or sociological. Okay? But I was able to play around it from my literature point of view, looking at the theme of novels and the fact that, okay, if you break the word inequality down, it's about a contest between the haves and the have-nots. It's a simple thing. So that was the basis of the proposal. And several other of such opportunities. You discover that your novel idea, which may not directly sprout from your discipline, even though your standpoint is your discipline, is what attracts the world. In 2018, there was a call for a transdisciplinary fellowship in South Africa. And the theme of the call was climate change and environment. We were the inaugural fellows. And even though I played a smart one, because as at that time I was well above postdoctoral level, I still felt I should apply because the knowledge I have about funding bodies, anywhere you see Carnegie, we know they have money to throw about because as AHP fellows, we know that Carnegie funds something very well. So I wrote a proposal, and my proposal was talking about how we can use indigenous knowledge to communicate or to deepen environmental knowledge. And what was I going to do? I was going to go into communities to do a paremiological study of their proverbs and white sayings that relate to climate change and environment. And when I wrote it, I discovered that I have not said anything. I told myself, I am going to look for a new methodology that will appeal to the funders. So I devised my own methodology because I can speak English. And I called it in situ methodology. What do I mean by in situ? That in situ word, I will never forget it because my geography teacher in secondary school used to use it to define weathering. He calls it, weathering is the physical decomposition and chemical disintegration of rock materials in situ. So I said I want to do in situ methodology, and I explained it. So I'm telling this audience now, what I call in situ simply meant that I will not go into that community or those communities to ask, tell me 2 proverbs that relate to environment. I'm going to go to sit down with them and watch them every day. Any day anybody utters something that relates to the environment, I will write it down. So I discovered that there is a lot of our indigenous knowledge that people are not tracking that relate to every problem of every day. My father used to say, which was the foundation actually of that particular proposal. My father used to say that, I will say Yoruba, I'm sorry. Arokuro ki balẹ̀ lọ́sàn, èjì ọdún ki balẹ̀ lóru. Arokuro is the latter rain of the year. Èjì ọdún is the annual yearly rain. So, over time, the Yorubas have observed that the first rain of the year must come during the day, while the latter rain usually comes at night. That tells me something, that there had been sense and knowledge of the environment. I'm not sure if that thing is still true with climate change. I'm not sure if it is still true with climate change. There are others like Oshagilogbe, Otagro Odede Ọ̀pẹ Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Sókè, Ọ̀fẹ́ ló ń ro. It tells you the ethic of hard work based on the time of fruition of the palm fruit and then the time to tap. So, I'm saying that in approaching these things that you want to do, you will look for novel ways that is unique, that can carve a niche for yourself. I've not told you how to write the next proposal. I've just told you what I did in a particular instance. Now, how do you grow? How do you grow? You grow simply by being in the right company, the right people. If you don't grow, I gave a similar illustration to it earlier. The people that can assist your growth are the people who are growing or who have grown, who had passed that part before. That is why, for example, if you are starting your career after a PhD and you do not have somebody that can read your paper that you have written or your proposal for you, if you have written an abstract, if you don't have somebody that can help you read, you have not started the journey. Because no matter how good that write-up is, there will be an error. In fact, it is terrible now with computer. You may want to type condition and you type contention. The computer will not underline it except it does not collocate well. That particular word will end up being contention. So you need somebody. That person does not have to be a professor or a very senior person. No. But don't always expect to take a loan. As she's reading for you as her own abstract, be also ready to read for her. You discover that such things help. You know somebody that is always there. Now, I don't disturb my colleagues again to help me read anything because I have PhD graduates now all over the place. There's nothing I will write that I won't send to at least 2 of them. Even though some of them, like 2 of them are in Canada now. Because of their exposure to rich literature, they want to say, Oga, look at this material, I just find it will enrich the work. I said, I'm not writing a line to this again. If you want to enrich the work, use that material to enrich it. I don't mind. The point I'm making is that you need people to double check for you, no matter how it is. In other words, that means you have to trust somebody with your proposal. You have to be able to say, this person will not convert my proposal to our own. As you are still praying over your own before you submit, maybe the person will have submitted before you. Finally, there's something that I have discovered about this circle of fellows, of the people you call scholars, the people you call people who can win grants, do this. I discovered that it's a small circle. Somebody knows somebody. Dr. Olaoluwa, Shenayan Olaoluwa, that spoke on this program. I didn't meet him. He was in Osun State University before he went to UI. I didn't meet him in Nigeria. We met for the first time in South Africa, Cape Town. We met subsequently in, at a conference in Germany. The number of times I've met Shenayan in Nigeria cannot be more than twice. And I've met him at least 10 times abroad. And I live in Ife. He lives in Ibadan. It's a very small circle of people who know themselves, either by reputation or by association. And I'll give you 2 examples to just conclude my short talk on tips. In 2014, 2015 or 16, I can't remember the year now. I was coming from Providence Island, Rhode Island, Providence, from what they call BEARI, Brown International Research Institute for Advanced Studies. It was a fellowship I got. So I was returning from that place. I was heading to the airport in Boston. And it was a particular trip that I took my family with me. So my family was with me, my wife and children were with me. Inside that cab, my phone rang. And lo and behold, somebody called to say that I should check my mail. So I checked my mail, and I saw that I've been accepted for a short-term workshop, fellowship, funded workshop in South Africa. So I left it. So when in about 3 months, that program was in about 3 months at University of Witwatersrand. And when we went for dinner in the evening, conference dinner, workshop dinner, somebody was telling me that, have you forgotten my face? I said, I don't know I can't remember. She said we were in the same cohort at Brown, and that they sent applications for her to review for this workshop in South Africa. And she was going to work on them during that workshop. And that the moment she saw me and we interacted, she just didn't have bother to open my proposal. She just wrote one already. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. Because if you were good enough to have come to BEARI in the US, why would she bother herself reading your proposal or recommending you or disrecommending you? It's a small circle of people who, one way or the other, their paths will always cross. Do you understand? She said she just picked, oh, this is the Oluwole Koka. Okay, this one accepted. Second instance, I was in Berlin for a workshop, and one of the facilitators on the closing day of the workshop told me, we'll meet in Norway later in the year. I said, how did you know? I knew I applied for something in Norway. No, Finland. I knew I applied for something in Finland. So how did you know? He just smiled. He said, I'm one of the reviewers. The man is a very senior professor beyond. Do you understand? It's the same circle of people. After my fellowship in South Africa now, the volume of proposals they send to me for what they call African Science Leadership Program every year, even though I'm in the humanities, But if you could be bold enough to have won a science-based fellowship in Future Africa, as far as they are concerned, you could read a science-based proposal. So it's a small circle, and to enter that small circle, to break into the mold, to do a quick recap, you have to build yourself, you have to package yourself, you have to watch your association, determine the people you discuss the new type of air with. They are also your friends, but you know that what we are discussing is air. But the people you are going to discuss the politics of the university with, they are another category. But the right people who share your aspirations, you have to determine them. And finally, you must test for knowledge all the time, look for opportunities, and know that you must learn how to break out of the mold. Your discipline is just your launch pad to be a scholar. It doesn't restrict you. If I give you the highlights of the things I considered the highlight of my career, they are not, for example, my onboard fellowship, I'm working on science fiction. Okay? Because I have read, I know that what this volume of Achebe I want to talk about now, that Emenyono and or even Shoyinka, you understand? So I'm working on science fiction. That means that I must be abreast of what is happening in sciences and then transplant it to literature or the humanities. I've tried to tell you what I know. It may not work for you, but ensure you develop your own modus operandi. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I see it as a great privilege to stand before you this afternoon to give my talk. And it's already good that a number of people have talked about most of the things that I'm going to say today. So I will just share some of my experiences. So I've modified the topic a little bit to fellowship application and experience, because fellowships are not meant only for postdocs. We have fellowships for postgraduate students. We also have fellowships for senior colleagues. So this is my outline. We'll be looking at what fellowships are, types of fellowships, the foci of fellowships, benefits, and applying for fellowships, and then the fellowship experience. So what exactly are fellowships? Because people have been talking about fellowships and we're wondering, why do we really need to go on this fellowship? So fellowships are funded short-term research opportunities that range from a few weeks to a few years. We've heard the word opportunities. Okay, so yes, there are opportunities. They are funded because somebody is paying for your time to carry out a particular research. And of course, it's usually a short-term period. We could range from just maybe 2 weeks or up to 2 years or 5 years. The highest you would have would be 5 years. But most of them end at 2 years and then a few at 5 years. So fellowships focus on 3 areas: professional development, academic development, and personal development. So you have fellowships that focus on professionals like entrepreneurs, leaders, writers, artists, and so on. Then you have fellowships that focus on academic development, helping students to acquire maybe an MA, a master program, or a PhD. And then we have the last one, which we have talked about a lot: personal development, career development. So you already have your PhD, but you still need to move higher. And so you can get a postdoc, or you could even get a senior fellowship. And I take one of the utterances of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation that says, we sponsor people and not projects. So they are interested in your development as a person. So they're not just focused on your project, but as a person. That's why you find out that some of these bodies would fund scholars from their postgraduate level to their doctoral, to their postdoc level, and even up to the senior fellowship level. So fellowships, of course, can be sponsored by different kinds of organizations. for example, associations. We have the African Studies Association that can fund a scholar to carry out a particular research. Of course, we know that that particular research will be focused on African studies. Then you have several organizations. You have the Bayer Foundation, you have the AVH, that's the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and others. Then universities also could invite scholars from any part of the world to carry out a particular research. Just an example, a few examples here. You have the Ghent University. I saw this application about 3 or 4 months ago, and they said they were looking for someone, for 2 weeks up to, 4 weeks. So a university can offer fellowships. And then you also have research institutes. For example, you have the Max Planck Society. And then governments, different governments. For example, you have the Fulbright by the US government. We have so many fellowships that also offer, maybe by the Chinese. You have maybe from the UK, from Australia, and so on. So there are governments in different countries that are also interested in inviting scholars to, carry out a particular research. And fellowships can be nationally competitive. For example, you have the ACLS, the American Council of Learned Societies, which provides fellowships for people in America. Of course, they also came up with AHP, and that's African Humanities Program. So while ACLS focuses on Americans, AHP focused, because AHP ended last year. It was on for about 8 or 9 years. It ended last year. And it focused on Africans. So it's continentally competitive. And then you have those ones that are globally competitive. So that means that you can come from any part of the world and apply for them. And a very, popular one is the AVH. And of course, fellowships are based on merit. So you need to work hard for it and ensure that you have what the funders are looking for. So from that, we can see that we have different foci or fellowships. You have the ones that are interested in graduate study. So they want to help a postgraduate student complete a PhD. In some cases, like the one of by Dr. Adeshino, where he got one that was interested in funding the entire PhD program. So you have different fellowships. You have the Rhodes Fellowship, you have the Gates Cambridge Fellowship, you have the Shivnin Fellowship. So they're interested in MA or PhD programs. Then you have those ones that are interested in research. You don't have to be a student, you don't have to get a PhD, you're already a postdoc. And so a lot of them are interested in simply in research. And under research, you could have those ones that want you to carry out your own independent research. So you come up with your own idea, tell them this is what you want to do, and then they approve it. Or some could say that they want you to be part of a collaborative project. So they might already have a project at hand, and they are looking for maybe 2 or 3 postdocs, maybe one person in Africa, one person in Asia, one person in the US, to work together on that part. So it means that you have to key into that particular project. So you're not bringing in your own independent idea. And then you have the ones that are general, in the sense that, for example, the AVH, you can come from any field, whether you're in the sciences, in the humanities, or in the social sciences. You can come up with your own ideas. And then you have those ones that that have specific themes. For example, the Bayer Foundation is interested in 3 areas: agriculture, medicine, and drug discovery. So if you're in the humanities, there's no need to go to the website of Bayer Foundation, because they will not fund any of your research. Of course, you also have, for example, the National Humanities Center, which is also interested in the humanities. So when you're looking for fellowships, you have to look for the fellowship that aligns with what you want to do. And of course, we also have fellowships that are interested in community development. For example, the Mountaintop Fellowship is interested in addressing a particular problem or challenge in a particular community. And so if you are bringing a proposal, you have to bring a proposal that will tell the funders how you a particular problem in a society, in a community, could be a village, could be a town, and then you have to find ways of solving that particular problem. So they will give you the money to carry out your research and solve the problem in that community. Then we look at types of fellowships. I already said that we have 3 different types of fellowships. You have postgraduate fellowships, which could either be full or sandwich. So you get the PhD, they pay for that, that's full. But then you could also have the ones that are sandwich, in the sense that you are a PhD student, for example, here in RUN, and then you might be given 1 year to carry out a part of your research in another country, maybe in South Africa or in Germany. So that's what we call sandwich, and we have that TWAS usually, funds that kind of research. So they are postgraduate. So you have others like DAAD, you have Fulbright, Codesria, and several other universities can fund that kind of research. Then you have postdoctoral fellowships. I think we've already pointed, previous speakers have said something about that. So it's usually between 0 to 5, depending. AVH will say 0 to 4 years. Some would say 0 to 5, some 0 to 6, but the highest you would get would be 0 to 8. The highest would be 8 years. All right, so 8 years from the time you got your PhD. So the early career period is a period that you need to, work very hard to ensure that you get, these fellowships. And we have so many of them there. You have research institutes, universities, Newton, and so on. And you can see that there are some names there. For example, you have TWAS across the 3. So they will start, they have somebody who has gotten a postgraduate fellowship with them. Definitely you're sure that they will sponsor that person for a postdoctoral fellowship, and they will also sponsor that person, for a senior fellowship. So you have them running out. So that's why at the early period you need to work hard, because it's difficult for you to get a senior fellowship if you don't already have maybe a postdoc or a postgraduate fellowship. So you have, for example, institutes of advanced studies in different parts of the world. We have STIAS. STIAS is in South Africa, Stellenbosch. You have FREAS is in Freiburg. So you have many institutes of advanced studies all over the world that you can, go there for research if you can get the funding. All right. So then we move on to benefits of fellowships. When we want to apply for these fellowships, we have to think of what we are going to, because there must be something we are gaining out of carrying out the hard work, having sleepless nights and so on, working hard. There must be something we're getting out of it. So for some people, it could mean the completion of their graduate studies. We know that in Nigeria, many people, especially those in the sciences, don't have access to equipment and so on. So it's a period where they can go outside the country, make use of this equipment and other things for them to be able to complete their graduate studies. And then, of course, we've already talked about personal and career development, because if someone was, earlier on, Prof was talking about grants, that at a point in your career, you'll be asked to state maybe the number of grants that you have, the number of fellowships that you have, and so on. So fellowships help us in personal and career development. And of course, they also help in collaboration and networking, because if you travel to another country, maybe in South Africa, you get to meet one person who will introduce you to another person, and then you can, your career can move forward. And then, of course, fellowships are also beneficial to the institutions and to the society. Redeemers University, for example, has some benefits when scholars within the university travel to other countries, because it will have, impact on their visibility. They'll be able to produce more papers that will add to the university's ranking. So one way or the other, and of course, when you travel out, sometimes when you are coming back, the funders may say, okay, you are going back to your country, we are going to give you some equipment, we are going to give you some books that you can donate to your library, and so on and so forth. Sometimes they might say, okay, we are going to give you a grant that you invite your colleagues in your department, to also come over and do one thing or the other. So fellowships can also be beneficial to the society as well as to the institution. Now, when we're applying for fellowships, there are certain factors we need to consider. And of course, the first thing we need to consider, just as we've previously heard, are your goals. And the first thing you need to consider are the goals that you have, your goals and your interests. And under this, we look at 4 areas of research, period of research, personal family employment considerations, and location of fellowship. So the first thing when you want to look at a fellowship is to consider your own area of research. What do you want to achieve? Like the other person said, who are you? What do you want to become? You must have a plan. You must have a goal. There must be something you want to achieve. And so you have to look at your own area of research and what the funders are presenting to you. What are their own goals? What are their own requirements? What are your own goals? Because sometimes their own goals might be different from your own personal goals. So it's not every research, it's not every opportunity that you have to go for. There are some opportunities that may not be helpful for you. It's possible. So you need to think of your own area of research. Like I said, if you want to get a sponsorship, you can go to a sponsor that is only interested in maybe the hard sciences and not the soft sciences. So then you also think of your period of research. We are women here. A number of us are married with children. You also have to think of that. So if I've seen fellowships of 2 years, and I'll say, I cannot go for a fellowship of 2 years because I can't leave my husband and children for 2 years. So you might think, okay, for 1 or 2 reasons, I just want to go for a short term, or maybe it's for 3 months or 6 months or 1 year and so forth. So you have to look at the period of research. So it's not a case of you've applied and then you got it and you say, oh, I don't think I can go for the 2 year. In fact, it's something, and we're going to talk about that personal interest, personal considerations, family and employment considerations. Like I said, we are women. And just like Prof already said, you have to submit to your husband. So if you say, in fact, before I apply for something, I first of all tell my husband that I want to apply for this. If he says go ahead, I go ahead. If he says don't go, I don't go, because I would need him to help me. So if he doesn't agree, I won't even bother to waste my time. So first of all, I say, this is a fellowship, can I go? And if he says that's fine, okay, you can go ahead. So you have to think of your family. You have to think of not just your husband, but also your children. Last month I was in a gathering where we had a professor, I think it was last year, a professor of child mental health in UI, in UCH. And she said for the first 10 years, I think of her, maybe of her marriage, of her PhD, of the first 10 years of her first child, she was always traveling. And each time she was traveling, she would always take the child along. But that situation was affecting the child's mental health because the child would have to go in and out of school. So he has friends today, he has to leave. And so she said when the child got to around 10 years, she told the child, oh, I've gotten something. Her husband is there. No, the husband doesn't have any problem. And so she told her child, I'm traveling, we are going together. The child said, no, mommy, I'm not going with you. And I'm tired of going in and out, because it means the child would have to break his own schooling. And so she said from that day, she decided that she was not going to go for any fellowship, any long-term thing. Just if it's just 1 month or 2 months, I will go, and because she values her family. So yes, it's wonderful to, to tour all over the world. It's great. It's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. But we must not neglect her. If it's going to affect our families, then we need to put our brakes on. So we need to consider your personal considerations, your family, and then also employment considerations. Most of this fellowship, particularly at the postdoc level, will require that you are a staff of a university. So that means that if you are not a staff of a university or a research institute, you can't apply for them, which means that you have to take your employer seriously. You need the goodwill of your employer. Like we all say, it's not a right. The university is not a right that you must travel. It's a privilege from the university. If the university says sorry, they can't allow you to go, there's nothing you can do about it. My husband was in a university, one particular university, and he got the TWAS fellowship and he wanted to travel. And the university said no, he can't go. Of course, he didn't go, but he ended up resigning from that place. That if this university will not support his career development, then, but he just had to make a choice. So it's not a right, it's a privilege. And so we should treat, we should not just neglect the university or neglect your department. You should, there are considerations. Was it not okay? We were supposed to travel, 3 of us were supposed to travel for 2 months. We're supposed to travel together. But then the university calendar changed, and we had to make some adjustment. Okay, you go this month, and so next month, the other person, because we all cannot just leave the department at once. Who will take care of the courses and all that? So sometimes you need to interact with your colleagues and say, okay, at least if you know you want to come back, interact with your colleagues. All right, you are going to help me with this course when it's your own time. So it's not a case of you travel, they help you teach your courses. By the time they also want to travel, you are not helping them. So you need to take care of these considerations. And then you think of the location of the fellowship. There are some places I personally would not like to go, so I won't even bother looking for any fellowship in that place. Now you talk about natural disaster, you talk about terrorist locations and all that. So these are things that you need to consider when you're looking for a fellowship. Now there are other factors which we will also talk about, and I'm going to look at them, in details. Goals and requirements of the funder, funding support, research proposal and CV, host where applicable, letters of recommendation, and interview with the selection committee where applicable. So the first thing we want to look at are the goals and requirements of the funder, and in addition, the funding support. So when you go to the website of any particular funder, there are things that you need to look out for. Number one, take time to study every sentence, especially the goals on the funder's website or the call for application. Read every line and know what exactly are the goals of that funder, know what they require, and know what the benefits are. So it's important that you take note of that, because by the time they are going to start screening, they might have up to 1,000 applications and they only want to sponsor 50. So all those applications that don't fit into their requirements, they will simply, remove. So you need to ensure that you adhere strictly to funders' requirements on age of PhD. If they tell you that your PhD must not be more than 4 years old, ensure that you pay attention to those things. Some will say we need you to be employed in an African university to get this. You should take note of that. And then, of course, you also have some funders that give concession to women. You have, for example, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Somebody was talking about equality and equity the other time. Now, for ABH, for every child you have, they would remove 2 years out of your age, the age of your PhD. So let's assume that your PhD is let's say is 8 years old, and they are saying your PhD on the requirement says your PhD shouldn't be more than 4 years, but your PhD is 8 years, but you have 2 kids. They will measure you the same way they will measure someone who is on a PhD of 4 years. I hope we got that. Yeah, so for every child you have, they would remove 2 years from your age, from your academic age. And then, in fact, there are some, for example, the Nigerian Young Academy will say that if you are a woman, the requirements, this is the number of papers must be the same, but the only place they will now make an adjustment is to say the age. For example, the Nigerian Young Academy would say you must not be more than 40 years. For women, 45. So the requirements will be the same thing, but the year, the period, that's what they are going to change. All right? So there are fellowships that have concessions for women. So we should also take note of that. And then we should take note of the conditions of the award of the fellowship. Is it a digital fellowship or is it an on-site? For example, AFOX would say the fellowship is for 1 year, but you only travel to the UK for 2 months. But during the remaining 10 months, you have access to their library over there, so you can still go on with your research, but you don't have to travel to the UK until maybe towards the last 2 months of the fellowship. So you need to take note of that. So if it's something that that could be helpful, then that will be fine. Then you should consider the type and amount of funding. Some fellowship will tell you, okay, we are going to pay you but we will not pay for your travel expenses. So you take care of your air flight, your flights and all that. So you need, some would say, okay, this is the amount of stipend that we are going to give to you. So you need to take note, will this amount be enough for me? You look at the accommodation. Are they going to look for accommodation for you, or are you going to look for, are they going to get the accommodation, or are you going to look for it, by yourself? Some will talk about health insurance. It's, of course, there are countries where without health insurance, don't bother going there. So you need to take note whether that stipend will be able to accommodate the health insurance that you have to pay. Some may say you have to pay tax, or you don't have to pay tax, and so on. So you need to take note of all this and ensure that these things are what. There are some fellowships I won't go for, depending on the amount. If I feel that amount is not enough, I won't even bother applying for it. And then you also need to think of look at the funders' website. What are they going to sponsor? What are the other things that they are going to sponsor in terms of technical support? Will you have access for people in the sciences? Will you have access to the equipment and reagents that you have there? Will they fund that? What about research assistantship? So for some, they will say that you don't have any research assistant. For some, will tell you that you have access, that they are going to pay somebody to assist you in the work. And then you could also have conference support. Some will say, okay, during your period, you must plan a conference and they are going to support you. And some also have family support. Like the AVH will say, okay, you are coming. In fact, as a woman, if you are going on AVH and you get pregnant, they will give you extra 1 year. So maybe you are going to stay 2 years, you end up 3 years, and they will pay you throughout. And some will say, okay, you already have 2-3 children. They will pay, give you a stipend, to each child, including your spouse. So these are things that and some will say, we are not interested in your family. So if you bring your family, you're on your own. You take care of your family by yourself. While some will say they will support. Of course, apart from all this, you need to look at the research proposal. We've talked about paper writing and so on. So some of the things that we say in relation to to a research article applies also to a research proposal. So you should have an excellent proposal that addresses a topical issue or a current issue. And we have so many of them. You have the SDGs. In fact, I think AVH will now say that whatever you are going to write should be related to any of the UN SDGs, gender, water, air, and so on. Okay, so you might talk about, you may want to say you are dealing with maybe COVID-19 or discrimination. You see, these are all, you are exploring local representations of global problems. So these are problems that exist, but you can have a local representation of that problem in Ife, in Modakeke, or in Awo. All right? And then, of course, you could also address a local issue, but still apply, a local issue that also applies to a global community. All right? So it doesn't matter, even if you decide you want to study traditional weddings in Nigeria, that's not a problem. As long as the funder is interested in such things, you can easily get the fellowship. So, in a research proposal, you should have your introduction captures the statement, the problem, and the literature review. You should have your aim and objectives well stated. Your objectives shouldn't be more than 3. So sometimes when I see, and this applies to your PhD, you have a PhD and the person is writing 7 objectives. For what? All right, so your objectives shouldn't be more than 3. Your objectives should be clear, and you should avoid repetition. So we'll write 5, and then you find out that 1 and 4 are almost the same thing, or you could merge them. So for a proposal, particularly if it's maybe a 3-month research, in fact, any kind of researcher, you don't need more than 3 clear objectives. And then you also look at your theoretical framework where necessary. For others, well, for those in the sciences, they may not talk about the theoretic, but for those of us in the humanities and also in the social sciences, you may need to talk about your theoretical framework, which could, include a number of theories. And I said, avoid old theories. There was a theory written in 1987, and I always make use of that example when I'm teaching my students research publication. that I was in 20, okay, yeah, well, I wrote a paper to, I sent a paper to a Journal of Pragmatics, and I used the theory that was, published in around 1987, but I got that theory, or I got the textbook. Of course, we don't have access to many books in Nigeria. So it was after I got my PhD, I found this theory, in a book in the university library. That was in UI library. And I was so excited that, I'm going to, this the first time I'm going to use this theory. And I used the theory and I sent it to the journal. I used the theory in writing the paper and I sent it to the journal. And the editor just returned it. That's what they call desk rejects. He's not sending it to anybody, just rejected it and said, this theory is 30 years old. But I really loved that because that was what propelled me to look for new theories in my field, or at best, or either you look for new theories or you come up with your own theories. And of course, when you are writing this, be brief. And then we look at the data and method. Now we talk about big data. So where possible, ensure that you use big data. Use modern techniques and methods. Be clear also, be specific. Use charts where possible. And then you also have to talk about the significance. What are the expected contributions to knowledge? So you have to think of that, to knowledge, to the society. And of course, you need to tie this to the goals of the funder. So the funder might say that one of the goals is to ensure that you collaborate with somebody over there. So you have to show how that work will help you, that project will help you to collaborate with so and so person in their country or in a particular university. Some AVH will say, whatever one of the goals of the George Foster is that you have to contribute something to your own country, to Nigeria. So you have to be emphatic. In fact, those places you have to be explicit. So you need to think of the goals of the funder when you are, writing the significance of the study. And then you should have a work plan, which should typically be in a tabular form. I would have an example. And then, of course, you could have references where you have the space. Because another thing is that, of course, when they have 1,000 or more than 1,000 applications, they might tell you that they only need a 3-page proposal. There was one steer said a 3-page proposal. AVH will even tell you they don't want to see, of course, cite the references, but we don't want to see the list because your proposal shouldn't be more than, 5 pages. There was one said 10,000 character count. So that means it's not just the word count. They are looking at the character count, including the spaces. So at the end of the day, I think that proposal was about 1,400 and something words. So you have to remove so many things. So it's not everything they want to see. You don't have to say, I'm going to write a template so that they will know that I know what I want to do. No, you have to look at the word count. If they say it's character count, this was the first time I saw that it could be because I'm sure they knew that there are some people, when they tell them 5 pages, some people will now use 9 fonts, font 9 instead of 12. And then the reviewer will be struggling because he can't see what is. And of course, if you even do that, the reviewer will just throw away that application because it will be, injurious to his eyes, to his or her eyes. All right, so where applicable, you can include references. But of course, you should have citations within the proposal itself. In the work plan, you should be clear and realistic. Don't say that you are going to solve all the problems of a village in just 1 month. So if it's a 1-month proposal, your work should be a work that you can handle within 1 month, at most 2 months. So that they are sure that if you start this project, you will complete it. If it's a 3-month proposal, you should know how to handle it. If it's going to be a 1-year project, then you should write a proposal that you are sure that you are going to carry out for an entire year. I just want to give a little example. I applied for a particular fellowship. The first time I didn't get it, so I applied the second time. Now, at the second situation, I also got a rejection. And so I decided to, but I also felt that that proposal was okay. So I told my host in Germany that I have this proposal. Can we work on it and use it to look for funding for, from another body. And that particular fellowship that I initially applied for was supposed to be a 3-year fellowship, although I wouldn't be there for 3 years, but I could maybe travel 3 months for three months, in each year of the 3-year period. And so later on, she told me that project can only fit 1.5 years. That means I can complete that project in 1.5. So maybe that was partly why the funding body did not accept it, because they were looking at a 3-year project. But I was writing something that my host in Germany said, this is only for 1.5 years. Although later on, they now wrote me and said, okay, we couldn't give you the 3-year fellowship, but we're going to offer you 6 weeks. Just come to South Africa for 6 weeks. And I actually finished that project in 1.5 years. So when you are writing a project, look at the time period. Ensure that what you want to do will fit into that time. So be realistic. Don't say you are going to solve the problems of the world in just a month. So like I already said, there should be your work plan should be in a tabular form. So you should tell them the year. Okay, maybe if it's a whole year, you have to, okay, the first 2 months from maybe January to February, this is what I will do. For March to April, this is what I'm going to do. And so you have to list all these things out. You should also tell them that you have already started doing some part of, or maybe collecting part of your data. So they want to see that you have already started doing something before that time. So it's good to add that to your application. Now, moving on to the research proposal. The other things, the other person talked about maybe tidbits, and these are also tidbits. Maybe the first thing I would say is pray for God's direction on what to do or how to carry out something. For me, that's key, that God is the one that will direct you. Okay, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do, and so on. So one of the things you need to do, of course, is to read abstracts and proposals of former winners of the particular fellowship you are looking for. Again, I refer to that, to STEERS. The first time I applied, I got a rejection. When it was going to be the second time, I told myself, what do I have to do to win this fellowship? And then I just went to their website. I started looking at the abstracts of previous winners. And I noticed a particular person. The person was in theater arts. And the person was doing something on comedy. I was looking at, stand-up comedy in different countries in Africa. And so that was where I got my idea that in English, I was looking at, initially I was previously looking at only Nigerian English. So I got that idea. Why don't I look at a particular phenomenon across different varieties of English? Okay, and there is a database where I can get Nigerian English, Kenyan English, Tanzanian English, and so on. And that was how, I put up the proposal and I sent it. Like I said, I didn't get it, but they wrote me about a month after and said, okay, come to South Africa for 6 weeks and start this particular work. So it's necessary that we read abstracts and, if possible, proposals of former winners of the fellowship. When I was going to apply for AVH, I got the proposal of my PhD supervisor. So I told him, so I want to apply for AVH. And he already won the fellowship. So he gave me his own proposal to read. And of course, I'm giving it to you. So it's not for you to start sharing all over the place. So he gave me his proposal. I read it and I adapted, I used his style to write the fellowship. In writing your proposal, you should tie your proposal to your previous research through citations. While I was with one of the administrators of the STEERS fellowship when in Stellenbosch, the guys, it was like a cocktail time, and he was saying that some people will send in. Somebody asked him a question, how do they accept, or why do they accept or reject certain proposals? And the guy said that if they are going to accept a proposal, they will accept that proposal if the person has been doing something in that particular area. So just like someone said, you must build a storyline out of your research, your career, out of your research work. So it's not that today you're on pepper, tomorrow you're on egusi, next tomorrow you are on something else. So ensure that there is a storyline, especially from your PhD. And that thing also, came up when I was going to apply for AVH. I felt that, I was tired of what I did for my PhD. And so I came up with a new proposal. I wanted to do something in computer-mediated discourse. I wrote the proposal, I sent it to my supervisor, and he said, why don't you do something from your PhD work? So I had to take the proposal back, and I tinkered I looked for new theories that I did not use before. And in fact, I did not collect any extra data. I didn't collect any data it was still my PhD data that I used for my postdoc. So I only changed theories, and I got that fellowship. So you need to tie your proposal to your previous research. So when you are, we avoid self-citation. If you are writing a paper, you don't want to cite yourself too much if you are writing a paper. But if you are writing a proposal, you should cite yourself. If I cite yourself, just let the funder know that you have done something in this area before, so they can trust you that if they fund that particular research, you can finish, you can complete that research. Then also cite your host where possible, so that the funder has the idea that, okay, what you are, because the host will also submit a reference letter on your behalf. And so it's important so that they are sure that there will be collaboration. That means that you and your proposed host are, doing something or are able to work together at one particular point in time or the other. So cite your host where possible, and then adhere strictly to funders' instructions on word and character count. I've already said that. So if the funder says, we want 1,500 words, please don't give them 1,000 words. The minimum, in fact, if possible, use 1,499 words. All right? So, and don't exceed that. So adhere strictly to their requirements. Then use legible fonts. I already said that. Don't use Times New Roman 9. The reviewer will definitely throw away that application. So make use of legible fonts. Leave space margins when necessary. You have let the funder know where the reviewer know where a paragraph starts and where it ends. So ensure that there is good formatting. And also, we've said before, like it has been previously said, give proposals to trusted mentors and colleagues. So you should have somebody. At least I was able to give my proposal to my PhD supervisor. I also gave the proposal to my BA project supervisor in OAU. My PhD supervisor is in UI. So I gave it to two of them. They had already won AVH. So I know that they can't steal the idea I have. And of course, I know they would, I knew that they would, read and criticize that proposal properly, and which they did. And so that also helps. And then proofread repeatedly in order to avoid technical and typographical errors. You have to read several times. Our brains are faster than our hands. So in your brain, you already have, I am going to the school. But by the time you are going to write or type, I am going to school, the V is out of it. So you need to read several times. Don't only read on the laptop. Print it. I spend money on paper and ink. You don't have to wait for the university to buy you a printer or buy you ink, toner, and paper. Do it yourself. It's your own investment. I usually say about academics that this is my shop. So whatever investment I will put into, put that investment into it and ensure that, I get something out of it. So if no matter the volume of paper I need to read, I will not rely only on what I have on my laptop. I will print and read, especially proposals and papers. Ensure you print them and read. You should ensure that you proofread. And pray for God's favor. There are brilliant people everywhere. We are all here because we are brilliant. That's the truth. So everybody, you have people you have 1,000, 2,000 people applying for a particular grant or a particular fellowship. They are all brilliant people. So again, I believe that it is God's favor. So when somebody even gets a fellowship, It's not as if maybe the person has two heads or the person is more brilliant than other people. Actually, it is God that gives one the favor. So pray. So like I said, this is my shop. This is my business. So I will pray every morning. Lord, all the application, the paper, everything. Oh, Lord, bless it. Let me receive favor from the reviewers. Don't let them reject I pray. And God knows what is, the best. If I don't get a fellowship, I don't have to kill myself. I will just tell myself, God doesn't want me to have it. Maybe that's not the right time for me to travel, and so on. So, but I know that all I need to do is to put in my best. If I have to wake up at night to read, I would have to do that. And when I've done my best, I simply leave the rest to God and have faith. Don't say, this application that I submitted, I don't know whether it's going to be whether they will approve it or not. Have faith. If I'm applying for it, I believe that I'm going to get it. So have faith. And of course, another factor we need to consider is getting a host where applicable. Like STEARS will not say you don't need a host, but there are several others, particularly postdocs, where you need a host. And so you can get hosts through your references. If you are working in a particular area, you can check the scholars that you have been citing. And if they're in the area where you want to go to, maybe the country, maybe it's a German application or what have you, you need to look at that. Or sometimes you can get a host through your mentors. I got my AVH host through my BA supervisor, or you could get from colleagues. In some cases, you can also send a short email attaching your CV, a summary of the proposal. Like you already said, don't give them the entire proposal. The person could steal it. So give the person the proposal, a summary of the proposal, and let that person agree whether he or she is interested in hosting you. If you have papers already or links to such papers, you can send it to them as an example. Then use your institutional mail. Don't use foluke@yahoo.com. There are some of these universities abroad. Once your paper is coming from Nigeria and it's Yahoo, they will fight. It will not even get to the person. They will just simply throw it away. So use your own mail. And when you are writing, be courteous, be patient. Sometimes they may not respond. If you write them during the holiday, in fact, some will already have an automatic reply. I'm on leave. Maybe they are going to respond a month later. So be courteous, be patient. And after they have agreed to host you, you can then send your full proposal to them. Some will also comment on whatever they say you should do, try and do it. Don't say that, no, this is what I want to achieve, and this is what I want to do, and I'm not going to change a word. And of course, when you're submitting, the funder will also require your CV, and many of them will say they don't want a CV they only want a CV of 2 pages. So they're not interested in all the things with your local government and so on. Whether you're married or not, they are not interested. So give them your full name, your academic degrees, and educational institution with years, so that they are sure they know when you got your PhD, then your academic career, different positions with years, maybe as you were a lecturer 1, from lecturer 1 to senior lecturer and so on. So they want to see the trajectory. And then if you've won grants and fellowships before, even if they are travel grants, they are conference grants and so on, just put them there. Your academic contribution, are you a journal editor or a reviewer? This is especially important for senior fellowships. Okay, so you should include those the information there. Academic mentorship, also for senior fellowships. Have you mentored PhD students and so on? You can also, if you have the space, be selective about your workshop or conference attendance. If you have so many of them, don't give them 5 pages of conference attendance. You might just say in the past 2 years, or even in 1 year. You can just say selective. Maybe you pick one from each year and you have them there. Then, apart from some will say they want a list of all your publications. But apart from the list, they will also ask for 3 or 4 three or five most important publications. So you have to be selective. And that's why we keep saying that please go for papers that are in Scopus. It's not just for promotion. It is also for several other things that you need to do, because those are the things that they will see. Some will not ask you to submit your paper. If the paper is in a journal that is not visible, they won't have access to it. But if it's in online, they can easily have access to such papers. So they will ask you for important publications and then also your list of publications. You also need letters for letters of recommendation. Your hosts, your proposed host will have to write. For postdocs, your PhD, AVH will say it must be your PhD supervisor. So if you have, maybe a very tough one, you know how to pamper them. And, just to ensure that you get your reference letter from them. And then some will say they want reference letters from your employers. So maybe the vice chancellor will always ask for a reference letter from your employer, from the VC or the DVC, or could be the head of department. And then other scholars can as well write. In some cases, especially at the senior level, you might be, not generally, you may be subjected to an interview section. So it means that they have looked at your proposal, maybe out of 1,000, they have singled out 50, maybe let's say 10, or let's say 15, and they only need 10. So at the interview session, they will determine whether they should go ahead with a particular person or not. So if you have to, it's usually not common, but it's possible that you would be interviewed. So ensure you greet them and put on a smiling face. Summarize your proposal in 5 minutes. When answering questions, cite examples of things you have written. In short, blow your trumpet. Even when you don't have answers, indicate that you are willing to address such problems. And look confident, even when you don't know the answer. So ask questions when prompted to do so. For example, you can ask them, how is life in that particular country? You could ask such a question. So I'm almost done. The fellowship experience, ensure that when you get the fellowship, you execute the research proposal and not another one. You want to write on paper. When you get there, don't look at Egusi and start writing on Egusi. Ensure you focus on that proposal. And then give priority to research. Not on business, not fashion, not entertainment. Because I'm now in Germany, let me use the opportunity to do some business. That is not why we were brought there. Focus on what you were asked to do. Be dedicated and hardworking. Make presentations. They require that you make presentations at seminars and conferences. So let's ensure we do that. And then collaborate with your host. Ensure you write a paper with your host. Don't be too forward. Present yourself as a person of integrity. And also take note of cultural values. The way we address time, a program starts at 10. We come strolling in at 10:30. If a white man tells you, come at 10, 10 is 10. If you are not going to be there at 10, tell them ahead that you are not going to be there. So you need to take note of the cultural values of the people that you are going to work with. So in conclusion, fellowships are like professional courses which help in your career development. Be focused and persistent, so and don't be discouraged in the face of rejection. If you are rejected here, you can keep applying until you get it. And all things are possible to those who believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onwabuna. You all agree with me that the time has been well spent, and we recognize that a majority of you are tired, but you have stayed on because of the importance of the lectures. So, in view of this, we will ask you to send your questions to RUNAFA 23 runafa23@gmail.com. Please write it down. RUNAFA23, all lowercase. RUNAFA23@gmail.com. Please send all your questions there and we'll respond to all questions. In the meantime, those of you who are yet to register, please register before you leave, because we want to develop a database for everyone here. We want to contact you about all of these and more in the following weeks, months, years, so that we'll continue the conversation. So please make sure you register. If you have not registered, please do so. A WhatsApp group is going to be opened, and everybody will be on that list, so that conversation will continue henceforth. I think those are the announcements. So we'll move on straight to vote of thanks by Miss Ifeoluwa Bejide. Before she gets here, we want to thank each and every one of you for staying on, for encouraging our speakers, because I'm sure they are encouraged because you remain seated in the auditorium. Ma, all PowerPoints, ma. Okay. So make sure you drop your contacts. For those, not everybody registered. So please make sure you register. Miss Bejide, please.
Good evening, everyone. We want to especially appreciate the acting Vice Chancellor and management for giving us the support that we needed for this workshop. We also want to appreciate our sponsors that have made this workshop a reality. We want to say a big thank you to Double Portion Catering Services, Directorate of Educational Services and Training, that's DEST, Redeemer University Cafeteria, Manor Palace, Run FM Studio, Professor Manuel Unabuna, and Professor Christian Api, Professor Dairo, and Mr. Wali Ayeni for their strong support. We are also very grateful to all our seasoned resource persons for freely sharing the knowledge with us today. We'd also like to appreciate our participants, our professors, associate professors, our senior lecturers, and everyone present here today. We hope that you have gained one or two things from this workshop. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Mokewale will lead us in the closing prayer and we can leave.
Okay, let's rise up and pray. Let's pray before you go. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for this workshop that you have enabled us to have today. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for the convener of this workshop. Thank you for giving her the vision and enabling her to make it a reality. We appreciate you, Lord. Accept our praises in Jesus' name. Thank you for all the resource persons and everyone that has participated today. We pray, Lord, that this will be, oh Lord, a beginning of great achievement for all of us in the name of Jesus. That we make possible those things that have hitherto seem to be far-fetched for us, that have been like impossible in our research, in our career. We pray, Lord, that from this
day, you will enable us to achieve them in the name of Jesus. Such that, oh God, our university will be projected even in a greater way in the name of Jesus. We thank you, Lord, for you are with us, and you continue to be with all of us and our families in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, because our university is moving forward in the name of Jesus. Blessed be your holy name. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, everyone.